This is a disclaimer, an invitation to listen beyond the words. Dear listeners, as you step into this tale, remember, words, like stars, shine in their own way. A name may sound different, a rhythm may shift, but these are not flaws, only the breath of a story made alive. Embrace the creases in the map, the quirks in the voice, the imperfect magic of storytelling. Listen with an open heart, and the journey will remain unchanged. Subscribe for future content updates and new stories. 5 Weeks in a Balloon by Jules Verne. Chapter 23. A magnificent night overspread the earth, and the missionary lay quietly asleep in utter exhaustion. "He'll not get over it," sighed Joe. "Poor young fellow, scarcely 30 years of age. He'll die in our arms. His breathing, which was so feeble before, is growing weaker still, and I can do nothing to save him," said the doctor despairingly. "The infamous scoundrels!" exclaimed Joe, grinding his teeth, in one of those fits of rage that came over him at long intervals. And to think that, in spite of all, this good man could find words only to pity them, to excuse, to pardon them. Heaven has given him a lovely night, Joe. His last on earth, perhaps. He will suffer but little more after this, and his dying will be only a peaceful falling asleep. The dying man uttered some broken words, and the doctor at once went to him. His breathing became difficult, and he asked for air. The curtains were drawn entirely back, and he inhaled with rapture the light breezes of that clear, beautiful night. The stars sent him their trembling rays, and the moon wrapped him in the white winding sheet of its effulgence. "My friends," said he in an enfeebled voice, "I am going. May God requite you, and bring you to your safe harbor. May he pay for me the debt of gratitude that I owe to you." "You must still hope," replied Kennedy. "This is but a passing fit of weakness. You will not die. How could anyone die on this beautiful summer night?" "Death is at hand," replied the missionary. "I know it. Let me look it in the face. Death, the commencement of things eternal, is but the end of earthly cares. Place me upon my knees, my brethren, I beseech you." Kennedy lifted him up, and it was distressing to see his weakened limbs bend under him. "My God! My God!" exclaimed the dying apostle. "Have pity on me!" His countenance shone, far above that earth on which he had known no joys, in the midst of that night which sent to him its softest radiance, on the way to that heaven toward which he uplifted his spirit, as though in a miraculous assumption. He seemed already to live and breathe in the new existence. His last gesture was a supreme blessing on his new friends of only one day. Then he fell back into the arms of Kennedy, whose countenance was bathed in hot tears. "Dead," said the doctor, bending over him. "Dead!" And with one common accord, the three friends knelt together in silent prayer. "Tomorrow," resumed the doctor, "we shall bury him in the African soil which he has besprinkled with his blood." During the rest of the night the body was watched, turn by turn, by the three travelers, and not a word disturbed the solemn silence. Each of them was weeping. The next day the wind came from the south, and the balloon moved slowly over a vast plateau of mountains. There were extinct craters, here barren ravines, not a drop of water on those parched crests, piles of broken rocks, huge stony masses scattered hither and thither, and interspersed with whitish marl, all indicated the most complete sterility. Toward noon, the doctor, for the purpose of burying the body, decided to descend into a ravine, in the midst of some plutonic rocks of primitive formation. The surrounding mountains would shelter him, and enable him to bring his car to the ground, for there was no tree in sight to which he could make it fast. But, as he had explained to Kennedy, it was now impossible for him to descend, except by releasing a quantity of gas proportionate to his loss of ballast at the time when he had rescued the missionary. He therefore opened the valve of the outside balloon. The hydrogen escaped, and the Victoria quietly descended into the ravine. As soon as the car touched the ground, the doctor shut the valve. Joe leaped out, holding on the while to the rim of the car with one hand, and with the other gathering up a quantity of stones equal to his own weight. He could then use both hands, and had soon heaped into the car more than 500 pounds of stones, which enabled both the doctor and Kennedy, in their turn, to get out. Thus the Victoria found herself balanced, and her ascensional force insufficient to raise her. Moreover, it was not necessary to gather many of these stones, for the blocks were extremely heavy, so much so, indeed, that the doctor's attention was attracted by the circumstance. The soil, in fact, was bestrewn with quartz and porphyritic rocks. "This is a singular discovery," said the doctor mentally. In the meanwhile, Kennedy and Joe had strolled away a few paces, looking up a proper spot for the grave. The heat was extreme in this ravine, shut in as it was like a sort of furnace. The noonday sun poured down its rays perpendicularly into it. The first thing to be done was to clear the surface of the fragments of rock that encumbered it, and then a quite deep grave had to be dug, so that the wild animals should not be able to disinter the corpse. The body of the martyred missionary was then solemnly placed in it. The earth was thrown in over his remains, and above it masses of rock were deposited, in rude resemblance to a tomb. The doctor, however, remained motionless and lost in his reflections. He did not even heed the call of his companions, nor did he return with them to seek a shelter from the heat of the day. "What are you thinking about, doctor?" asked Kennedy. "About a singular freak of nature, a curious effect of chance. Do you know, now, in what kind of soil that man of self-denial, that poor one in spirit, has just been buried?" "No." "What do you mean, doctor?" "That priest, who took the oath of perpetual poverty, now reposes in a gold mine." "A gold mine!" exclaimed Kennedy and Joe in one breath. "Yes, a gold mine," said the doctor quietly. "Those blocks which you are trampling underfoot, like worthless stones, contain gold ore of great purity." "Impossible! Impossible!" repeated Joe. "You would not have to look long among those fissures of slaty schist without finding peptites of considerable value." Joe at once rushed like a crazy man among the scattered fragments, and Kennedy was not long in following his example. "Keep cool, Joe," said his master. "Why, doctor, you speak of the thing quite at your ease." "What? A philosopher of your mettle." "Ah, master, no philosophy holds good in this case. Come, come, let us reflect a little. What good would all this wealth do you? We cannot carry any of it away with us." "We can't take any of it with us, indeed? It's rather too heavy for our car. I even hesitated to tell you anything about it, for fear of exciting your regret." "What?" said Joe again. "Abandon these treasures. A fortune for us, really for us, our own. Leave it behind. Take care, my friend. Would you yield to the thirst for gold? Has not this dead man whom you have just helped to bury taught you the vanity of human affairs?" "All that is true," replied Joe. "But gold, Mr. Kennedy, won't you help to gather up a trifle of all these millions?" "What could we do with them, Joe?" said the hunter, unable to repress a smile. "We did not come hither in search of fortune, and we cannot take one home with us." "The millions are rather heavy, you know," resumed the doctor, "and cannot very easily be put into one's pocket. But, at least," said Joe, driven to his last defenses, "couldn't we take some of that, or for ballast instead of sand?" "Very good. I consent," said the doctor. "But you must not make too many wry faces when we come to throw some thousands of crowns worth overboard." Thousands of crowns, echoed Joe. Is it possible that there is so much gold in them, and that all this is the same? Yes, my friend. This is a reservoir in which nature has been heaping up her wealth for centuries. There is enough here to enrich whole nations. An Australia and a California both together in the midst of the wilderness. And the whole of it is to remain useless. Perhaps. But at all events, here's what I'll do to console you. That would be rather difficult to do, said Joe with a contrite air. Listen. I will take the exact bearings of this spot and give them to you so that, upon your return to England, you can tell our countrymen about it, and let them have a share, if you think that so much gold would make them happy. Ah, master, I give up. I see that you are right, and that there is nothing else to be done. Let us fill our car with the precious mineral, and what remains at the end of the trip will be so much made. And Joe went to work. He did so, too, with all his might, and soon had collected more than 1,000 pieces of quartz, which contained gold enclosed as though in an extremely hard crystal casket. The doctor watched him with a smile, and, while Joe went on, he took the bearings, and found that the missionary's grave lay in 22 degrees 23 minutes east longitude, and 4 degrees 55 minutes north latitude. Then, casting one glance at the swelling of the soil, beneath which the body of the poor Frenchman reposed, he went back to his car. He would have erected a plain, rude cross over the tomb, left solitary thus in the midst of the African deserts, but not a tree was to be seen in the environs. God will recognize it, said Kennedy. An anxiety of another sort now began to steal over the doctor's mind. He would have given much of the gold before him for a little water, for he had to replace what had been thrown overboard when the Negro was carried up into the air. But it was impossible to find it in these arid regions, and this reflection gave him great uneasiness. He had to feed his cylinder continually, and he even began to find that he had not enough to quench the thirst of his party. Therefore he determined to lose no opportunity of replenishing his supply. Upon getting back to the car, he found it burdened with the quartz blocks that Joe's greed had heaped in it. He got in, however, without saying anything. Kennedy took his customary place, and Joe followed, but not without casting a covetous glance at the treasures in the ravine. The doctor rekindled the light in the cylinder. The spiral became heated. The current of hydrogen came in a few minutes, and the gas dilated. But the balloon did not stir an inch. Joe looked on uneasily, but kept silent. "Joe," said the doctor. Joe made no reply. "Joe, don't you hear me?" Joe made a sign that he heard, but he would not understand. "Do me the kindness to throw out some of that quartz." "But, doctor, you gave me leave." "I gave you leave to replace the ballast. That was all." "But, do you want to stay forever in this desert?" Joe cast a despairing look at Kennedy, but the hunter put on the air of a man who could do nothing in the matter. "Well, Joe, then your cylinder don't work," said the obstinate fellow. "My cylinder? It is lit, as you perceive. But the balloon will not rise until you have thrown off a little ballast." Joe scratched his ear, picked up a piece of quartz, the smallest in the lot, weighed and reweighed it, and tossed it up and down in his hand. It was a fragment of about 3 or 4 pounds. At last he threw it out, but the balloon did not budge. "Humph," said he. "We're not going up yet." "Not yet," said the doctor. "Keep on throwing." Kennedy laughed. Joe now threw out some 10 pounds, but the balloon stood still. Joe got very pale. "Poor fellow," said the doctor. "Mr. Kennedy, you and I weigh, unless I am mistaken, about 400 pounds, so that you'll have to get rid of at least that weight, since it was put in here to make up for us." "Throw away 400 pounds," said Joe piteously, "and some more with it, or we can't rise." "Come, courage, Joe." The brave fellow, heaving deep sighs, began at last to lighten the balloon. but from time to time he would stop and ask, "Are you going up?" "No, not yet," was the invariable response. "It moves," said he at last. "Keep on," replied the doctor. "It's going up, I'm sure." "Keep on yet," said Kennedy. And Joe, picking up one more block, desperately tossed it out of the car. The balloon rose 100 feet or so, and, aided by the cylinder, soon passed above the surrounding summits. "Now, Joe," resumed the doctor, "there still remains a handsome fortune for you, and if we can only keep the rest of this with us until the end of our trip, there you are, rich for the balance of your days." Joe made no answer, but stretched himself out luxuriously on his heap of quartz. "See, my dear Dick," the doctor went on, "just see the power of this metal over the cleverest lad in the world. What passions, what greed, what crimes, the knowledge of such a mine as that would cause. It is sad to think of it." By evening the balloon had made 90 miles to the westward, and was, in a direct line, 1,400 miles from Zanzibar. Chapter 24. The balloon, having been made fast to a solitary tree, almost completely dried up by the aridity of the region in which it stood, passed the night in perfect quietness, and the travelers were enabled to enjoy a little of the repose which they so greatly needed. The emotions of the day had left sad impressions on their minds. Toward morning, the sky had resumed its brilliant purity and its heat. The balloon ascended, and, after several ineffectual attempts, fell into a current that, although not rapid, bore them toward the northwest. "We are not making progress," said the doctor. "If I am not mistaken, we have accomplished nearly half of our journey in 10 days. But at the rate at which we are going, it would take months to end it, and that is all the more vexatious that we are threatened with a lack of water." "But we'll find some," said Joe. "It is not to be thought of that we shouldn't discover some river, some stream or pond, in all this vast extent of country." "I hope so. Now don't you think that it's Joe's cargo of stone that is keeping us back?" Kennedy asked this question only to tease Joe, and he did so the more willingly because he had, for a moment, shared the poor lad's hallucinations. But not finding anything in them, he had fallen back into the attitude of a strong-minded looker-on, and turned the affair off with a laugh. Joe cast a mournful glance at him, but the doctor made no reply. He was thinking, not without secret terror, probably, of the vast solitudes of Sahara, for their whole weeks sometimes pass without the caravan's meeting with a single spring of water. Occupied with these thoughts, he scrutinized every depression of the soil with the closest attention. These anxieties, and the incidents recently occurring, had not been without their effect upon the spirits of our 3 travelers. They conversed less, and were more wrapped in their own thoughts. Joe, clever lad as he was, seemed no longer the same person since his gaze had plunged into that ocean of gold. He kept entirely silent, and gazed incessantly upon the stony fragments heaped up in the car, worthless today, but of inestimable value tomorrow. The appearance of this part of Africa was, moreover, quite calculated to inspire alarm. The desert was gradually expanding around them. Not another village was to be seen, not even a collection of a few huts, and vegetation also was disappearing. Barely a few dwarf plants could now be noticed, like those on the wild heaths of Scotland. Then came the first tract of grayish sand and flint, with here and there a lentisk tree and brambles. In the midst of this sterility, the rudimental carcass of the globe appeared in ridges of sharply jutting rock. These symptoms of a totally dry and barren region greatly disquieted Dr. Fergusson. It seemed as though no caravan had ever braved this desert expanse, or it would have left visible traces of its encampments, or the whitened bones of men and animals. But nothing of the kind was to be seen, and the aeronauts felt that, ere long, an immensity of sand would cover the whole of this desolate region. However, there was no going back. They must go forward, and indeed the doctor asked for nothing better. He would even have welcomed a tempest to carry him beyond this country. But there was not a cloud in the sky. At the close of the day, the balloon had not made 30 miles. If there had been no lack of water, but there remained only 3 gallons in all. The doctor put aside 1 gallon, destined to quench the burning thirst that a heat of 90 degrees rendered intolerable. 2 gallons only then remained to supply the cylinder. Hence, they could produce no more than 480 cubic feet of gas. Yet the cylinder consumed about 9 cubic feet per hour. Consequently, they could not keep on longer than 54 hours, and all this was a mathematical calculation. 54 hours, said the doctor to his companions. Therefore, as I am determined not to travel by night, for fear of passing some stream or pool, we have but 3 days and a half of journeying during which we must find water at all hazards. I have thought it my duty to make you aware of the real state of the case, as I have retained only 1 gallon for drinking, and we shall have to put ourselves on the shortest allowance. Put us on short allowance, then, doctor, responded Kennedy. But we must not despair. We have 3 days left, you say? Yes, my dear Dick. Well, as grieving over the matter won't help us, in 3 days there will be time enough to decide upon what is to be done. In the meanwhile, let us redouble our vigilance. At their evening meal, the water was strictly measured out, and the brandy was increased in quantity in the punch they drank. But they had to be careful with the spirits, the latter being more likely to produce than to quench thirst. The car rested, during the night, upon an immense plateau, in which there was a deep hollow. Its height was scarcely 800 feet above the level of the sea. This circumstance gave the doctor some hope, since it recalled to his mind the conjectures of geographers concerning the existence of a vast stretch of water in the center of Africa. But, if such a lake really existed, the point was to reach it, and not a sign of change was visible in the motionless sky. To the tranquil night and its starry magnificence succeeded the unchanging daylight and the blazing rays of the sun, and, from the earliest dawn, the temperature became scorching. At 5 o'clock in the morning, the doctor gave the signal for departure, and, for a considerable time, the balloon remained immovable in the leaden atmosphere. The doctor might have escaped this intense heat by rising into a higher range, but in order to do so, he would have had to consume a large quantity of water, a thing that had now become impossible. He contented himself, therefore, with keeping the balloon at 100 feet from the ground, and, at that elevation, a feeble current drove it toward the western horizon. The breakfast consisted of a little dried meat and pemmican. By noon, the Victoria had advanced only a few miles. "We cannot go any faster," said the doctor. "We no longer command, we have to obey." "Ah, doctor, here is one of those occasions when a propeller would not be a thing to be despised." "Undoubtedly so, Dick, provided it would not require an expenditure of water to put it in motion, for in that case the situation would be precisely the same. Moreover, up to this time, nothing practical of the sort has been invented. Balloons are still at that point where ships were before the invention of steam. It took 6,000 years to invent propellers and screws, so we have time enough yet." "Confounded heat," said Joe, wiping away the perspiration that was streaming from his forehead. "If we had water, this heat would be of service to us, for it dilates the hydrogen in the balloon and diminishes the amount required in the spiral, although it is true that, if we were not short of the useful liquid, we should not have to economize it." "Ah, that rascally savage who cost us the tank." 3. "You don't regret, though, what you did, doctor?" "No, Dick, since it was in our power to save that unfortunate missionary from a horrible death. But the 100 pounds of water that we threw overboard would be very useful to us now. It would be 13 or 14 days more of progress secured, or quite enough to carry us over this desert." "We've made at least half the journey, haven't we?" asked Joe. "In distance, yes, but in duration, no, should the wind leave us, and it, even now, has a tendency to die away altogether." "Come, sir," said Joe again. "We must not complain. We've got along pretty well thus far, and whatever happens to me, I can't get desperate. We'll find water. Mind, I tell you so." The soil, however, ran lower from mile to mile. The undulations of the gold-bearing mountains they had left died away into the plain, like the last throes of exhausted nature. Scanty grass took the place of the fine trees of the east. Only a few belts of half-scorched herbage still contended against the invasion of the sand, and the huge rocks, that had rolled down from the distant summits, crushed in their fall, had scattered in sharp-edged pebbles which soon again became coarse sand, and finally impalpable dust. "Here, at last, is Africa, such as you pictured it to yourself, Joe. Was I not right in saying, 'Wait a little'?" Well, master, it's all natural, at least heat and dust. It would be foolish to look for anything else in such a country. Do you see?" he added, laughing. "I had no confidence, for my part, in your forests and your prairies. They were out of reason. What was the use of coming so far to find scenery just like England? Here's the first time that I believe in Africa, and I'm not sorry to get a taste of it." Toward evening, the doctor calculated that the balloon had not made 20 miles during that whole burning day, and a heated gloom closed in upon it, as soon as the sun had disappeared behind the horizon, which was traced against the sky with all the precision of a straight line. The next day was Thursday, the 1st of May, but the days followed each other with desperate monotony. Each morning was like the one that had preceded it. Noon poured down the same exhaustless rays, and night condensed in its shadow the scattered heat which the ensuing day would again bequeath to the succeeding night. The wind, now scarcely observable, was rather a gasp than a breath, and the morning could almost be foreseen when even that gasp would cease. The doctor reacted against the gloominess of the situation and retained all the coolness and self-possession of a disciplined heart. With his glass he scrutinized every quarter of the horizon. He saw the last rising ground gradually melting to the dead level, and the last vegetation disappearing, while, before him, stretched the immensity of the desert. The responsibility resting upon him pressed sorely, but he did not allow his disquiet to appear. Those two men, Dick and Joe, friends of his, both of them, he had induced to come with him almost by the force alone of friendship and of duty. Had he done well in that? Was it not like attempting to tread forbidden paths? Was he not, in this trip, trying to pass the borders of the impossible? Had not the Almighty reserved for later ages the knowledge of this inhospitable continent? All these thoughts, of the kind that arise in hours of discouragement, succeeded each other and multiplied in his mind, and, by an irresistible association of ideas, the doctor allowed himself to be carried beyond the bounds of logic and of reason. After having established in his own mind what he should not have done, the next question was what he should do then. Would it be impossible to retrace his steps? Were there not currents higher up that would waft him to less arid regions? Well informed with regard to the countries over which he had passed, he was utterly ignorant of those to come, and thus his conscience speaking aloud to him, he resolved, in his turn, to speak frankly to his two companions. He thereupon laid the whole state of the case plainly before them. He showed them what had been done, and what there was yet to do. At the worst, they could return or attempt it, at least. What did they think about it? "I have no other opinion than that of my excellent master," said Joe. "What he may have to suffer, I can suffer, and that better than he can, perhaps. Where he goes, there I'll go. And you, Kennedy?" "I, doctor, I'm not the man to despair. No one was less ignorant than I of the perils of the enterprise, but I did not want to see them, from the moment that you determined to brave them. Under present circumstances, my opinion is that we should persevere, go clear to the end. Besides, to return looks to me quite as perilous as the other course. So onward, then. You may count upon us." "Thanks, my gallant friends," replied the doctor with much real feeling. "I expected such devotion as this, but I needed these encouraging words. Yet, once again, thank you, from the bottom of my heart. And with this, the three friends warmly grasped each other by the hand. Now hear me, said the doctor. According to my solar observations, we are not more than 300 miles from the Gulf of Guinea. The desert, therefore, cannot extend indefinitely, since the coast is inhabited, and the country has been explored for some distance back into the interior. If needs be, we can direct our course to that quarter, and it seems out of the question that we should not come across some oasis or some well where we could replenish our stock of water. But what we want now is the wind, for without it we are held here suspended in the air at a dead calm. Let us wait with resignation, said the hunter. But each of the party, in his turn, vainly scanned the space around him during that long, wearisome day. Nothing could be seen to form the basis of a hope. The very last inequalities of the soil disappeared with the setting sun, whose horizontal rays stretched in long lines of fire over the flat immensity. It was the desert. Our aeronauts had scarcely gone a distance of 15 miles, having expended, as on the preceding day, 135 cubic feet of gas to feed the cylinder, and 2 pints of water out of the remaining 8 had been sacrificed to the demands of intense thirst. The night passed quietly. Too quietly, indeed, but the doctor did not sleep. Chapter 25. On the morrow there was the same purity of sky, the same stillness of the atmosphere. The balloon rose to an elevation of 500 feet, but it had scarcely changed its position to the westward in any perceptible degree. "We are right in the open desert," said the doctor. "Look at that vast reach of sand. What a strange spectacle! What a singular arrangement of nature! Why should there be, in one place, such extreme luxuriance of vegetation yonder, and here this extreme aridity, and that in the same latitude, and under the same rays of the sun?" "The why concerns me but little," answered Kennedy. "The reason interests me less than the fact. The thing is so. That's the important part of it. Oh, it is well to philosophize a little, Dick. It does no harm. Let us philosophize, then, if you will. We have time enough before us. We are hardly moving. The wind is afraid to blow. It sleeps." "That will not last forever," put in Joe. "I think I see some banks of clouds in the east." "Joe's right," said the doctor after he had taken a look. "Good," said Kennedy. "Now for our clouds with a fine rain and a fresh wind to dash it into our faces." "Well, we'll see, Dick, we'll see. But this is Friday, master, and I'm afraid of Fridays." "Well, I hope that this very day you'll get over those notions." "I hope so, master, too. Phew," he added, mopping his face. "Heat's a good thing, especially in winter, but in summer it don't do to take too much of it." "Don't you fear the effect of the sun's heat on our balloon?" asked Kennedy, addressing the doctor. "No. The gutta-percha coating resists much higher temperatures than even this. With my spiral I have subjected it inside to as much as 158 degrees sometimes, and the covering does not appear to have suffered." "A cloud! A real cloud!" shouted Joe at this moment, for that piercing eyesight of his beat all the glasses, and, in fact, a thick bank of vapor, now quite distinct, could be seen slowly emerging above the horizon. It appeared to be very deep and, as it were, puffed out. It was, in reality, a conglomeration of smaller clouds. The latter invariably retained their original formation, and from this circumstance the doctor concluded that there was no current of air in their collected mass. This compact body of vapor had appeared about 8 o'clock in the morning, and by 11 it had already reached the height of the sun's disk. The latter then disappeared entirely behind the murky veil, and the lower belt of cloud, at the same moment, lifted above the line of the horizon, which was again disclosed in a full blaze of daylight. "It's only an isolated cloud," remarked the doctor. "It won't do to count much upon that. Look, Dick, Its shape is just the same as when we saw it this morning. Then, doctor, there's to be neither rain nor wind, at least for us. I fear so. The cloud keeps at a great height. Well, doctor, suppose we were to go in pursuit of this cloud, since it refuses to burst upon us? I fancy that to do so wouldn't help us much. It would be a consumption of gas and, consequently, of water to little purpose. But in our situation we must not leave anything untried. Therefore let us ascend. And with this, the doctor put on a full head of flame from the cylinder, and the dilation of the hydrogen, occasioned by such sudden and intense heat, sent the balloon rapidly aloft. About 1,500 feet from the ground, it encountered an opaque mass of cloud, and entered a dense fog, suspended at that elevation. But it did not meet with the least breath of wind. This fog seemed even destitute of humidity, and the articles brought in contact with it were scarcely dampened in the slightest degree. The balloon, completely enveloped in the vapor, gained a little increase of speed, perhaps, and that was all. The doctor gloomily recognized what trifling success he had obtained from his maneuver, and was relapsing into deep meditation, when he heard Joe exclaim, in tones of most intense astonishment, "Ah, by all that's beautiful! What's the matter, Joe?" "Doctor, Mr. Kennedy, here's something curious." "What is it, then?" "We are not alone up here. There are rogues about. They've stolen our invention." "Has he gone crazy?" asked Kennedy. Joe stood there, perfectly motionless, the very picture of amazement. "Can the hot sun have really affected the poor fellow's brain?" said the doctor, turning toward him. "Will you tell me?" "Look," said Joe, pointing to a certain quarter of the sky. "By St. James!" exclaimed Kennedy in turn. "Why, who would have believed it? Look, look, doctor." "I see it," said the doctor very quietly. "Another balloon, and other passengers, like ourselves." And, sure enough, there was another balloon about 200 paces from them, floating in the air with its car and its aeronauts. It was following exactly the same route as the Victoria. "Well," said the doctor, "nothing remains for us but to make signals. Take the flag, Kennedy, and show them our colors." It seemed that the travelers by the other balloon had just the same idea at the same moment, for the same kind of flag repeated precisely the same salute with a hand that moved in just the same manner. "What does that mean?" asked Kennedy. "They are apes," said Joe, "imitating us." "It means," said the doctor, laughing, "that it is you, Dick, yourself, making that signal to yourself, or, in other words, that we see ourselves in the second balloon, which is no other than the Victoria." "As to that, master, with all respect to you," said Joe, "you'll never make me believe it. Climb up on the edge of the car, Joe. Wave your arms, and then you'll see." Joe obeyed, and all his gestures were instantaneously and exactly repeated. "It is merely the effect of the mirage," said the doctor, "and nothing else. A simple optical phenomenon due to the unequal refraction of light by different layers of the atmosphere, and that is all." "It's wonderful," said Joe, who could not make up his mind to surrender, but went on repeating his gesticulations. "What a curious sight." "Do you know," said Kennedy, "that it's a real pleasure to have a view of our noble balloon in that style? She's a beauty, isn't she? And how stately her movements as she sweeps along." "You may explain the matter as you like," continued Joe. "It's a strange thing anyhow." But ere long this picture began to fade away. The clouds rose higher, leaving the balloon, which made no further attempt to follow them, and in about an hour they disappeared in the open sky. The wind, which had been scarcely perceptible, seemed still to diminish, and the doctor in perfect desperation descended toward the ground, and all three of the travelers, whom the incident just recorded had, for a few moments, diverted from their anxieties, relapsed into gloomy meditation, sweltering the while beneath the scorching heat. About 4 o'clock, Joe descried some object standing out against the vast background of sand, and soon was able to declare positively that there were 2 palm trees at no great distance. "Palm trees!" exclaimed Fergusson. "Why, then there's a spring, a well." He took up his glass and satisfied himself that Joe's eyes had not been mistaken. "At length," he said over and over again, "water, water, and we are saved. For if we do move slowly, still we move, and we shall arrive at last." "Good, master. But suppose we were to drink a mouthful in the meantime, for this air is stifling." "Let us drink then, my boy." No one waited to be coaxed. A whole pint was swallowed then and there, reducing the total remaining supply to 3 pints and a half. "Ah, that does one good," said Joe. "Wasn't it fine? Barclay and Perkins never turned out ale equal to that." "See the advantage of being put on short allowance," moralized the doctor. "It is not great, after all," retorted Kennedy. "And if I were never again to have the pleasure of drinking water, I should agree on condition that I should never be deprived of it." At 6 o'clock the balloon was floating over the palm trees. They were 2 shriveled, stunted, dried-up specimens of trees, 2 ghosts of palms, without foliage and more dead than alive. Fergusson examined them with terror. At their feet could be seen the half-worn stones of a spring, but these stones, pulverized by the baking heat of the sun, seemed to be nothing now but impalpable dust. There was not the slightest sign of moisture. The doctor's heart shrank within him, and he was about to communicate his thoughts to his companions, when their exclamations attracted his attention. As far as the eye could reach to the eastward, extended a long line of whitened bones. Pieces of skeletons surrounded the fountain. A caravan had evidently made its way to that point, marking its progress by its bleaching remains. The weaker had fallen one by one upon the sand. The stronger, having at length reached this spring for which they panted, had there found a horrible death. Our travelers looked at each other and turned pale. "Let us not alight," said Kennedy. "Let us fly from this hideous spectacle. There's not a drop of water here. No, Dick, as well pass the night here as elsewhere. Let us have a clear conscience in the matter. We'll dig down to the very bottom of the well. There has been a spring here, and perhaps there's something left in it." The Victoria touched the ground. Joe and Kennedy put into the car a quantity of sand equal to their weight, and leaped out. They then hastened to the well, and penetrated to the interior by a flight of steps that was now nothing but dust. The spring appeared to have been dry for years. They dug down into a parched and powdery sand, the very driest of all sand, indeed. There was not one trace of moisture. The doctor saw them come up to the surface of the desert, saturated with perspiration, worn out, covered with fine dust, exhausted, discouraged, and despairing. He then comprehended that their search had been fruitless. He had expected as much, and he kept silent, for he felt that, from this moment forth, he must have courage and energy enough for 3. Joe brought up with him some pieces of a leathern bottle that had grown hard and horn-like with age, and angrily flung them away among the bleaching bones of the caravan. At supper, not a word was spoken by our travelers, and they even ate without appetite. Yet they had not, up to this moment, endured the real agonies of thirst, and were in no desponding mood, excepting for the future. Chapter 26. The distance made by the balloon during the preceding day did not exceed 10 miles, and, to keep it afloat, 162 cubic feet of gas had been consumed. On Saturday morning the doctor again gave the signal for departure. The cylinder can work only 6 hours longer, and if in that time we shall not have found either a well or a spring of water, God alone knows what will become of us. "Not much wind this morning, master," said Joe. "But it will come up, perhaps," he added, suddenly remarking the doctor's ill-concealed depression. Vain hope! The atmosphere was in a dead calm, one of those calms which hold vessels captive in tropical seas. The heat had become intolerable, and the thermometer in the shade under the awning indicated 113 degrees. Joe and Kennedy, reclining at full length near each other, tried, if not in slumber at least in torpor, to forget their situation, for their forced inactivity gave them periods of leisure far from pleasant. That man is to be pitied the most who cannot wean himself from gloomy reflections by actual work, or some practical pursuit. But here there was nothing to look after, nothing to undertake, and they had to submit to the situation, without having it in their power to ameliorate it. The pangs of thirst began to be severely felt. Brandy, far from appeasing this imperious necessity, augmented it, and richly merited the name of tiger's milk, applied to it by the African natives. Scarcely 2 pints of water remained, and that was heated. Each of the party devoured the few precious drops with his gaze, yet neither of them dared to moisten his lips with them. 2 pints of water in the midst of the desert. Then it was that Dr. Fergusson, buried in meditation, asked himself whether he had acted with prudence. Would he not have done better to have kept the water that he had decomposed in pure loss, in order to sustain him in the air? He had gained a little distance, to be sure, but was he any nearer to his journey's end? What difference did 60 miles to the rear make in this region, when there was no water to be had where they were? The wind, should it rise, would blow there as it did here, only less strongly at this point, if it came from the east. But hope urged him onward, and yet those 2 gallons of water, expended in vain, would have sufficed for 9 days' halt in the desert. And what changes might not have occurred in 9 days? Perhaps, too, while retaining the water, he might have ascended by throwing out ballast, at the cost merely of discharging some gas, when he had again to descend. But the gas in his balloon was his blood, his very life. 1,001 such reflections whirled in succession through his brain, and, resting his head between his hands, he sat there for hours without raising it. "We must make one final effort," he said at last, about 10 o'clock in the morning. "We must endeavor, just once more, to find an atmospheric current to bear us away from here, and, to that end, must risk our last resources." Therefore, while his companions slept, the doctor raised the hydrogen in the balloon to an elevated temperature, and the huge globe, filling out by the dilation of the gas, rose straight up in the perpendicular rays of the sun. The doctor searched vainly for a breath of wind, from the height of 100 feet to that of 5 miles. His starting point remained fatally right below him, and absolute calm seemed to reign, up to the extreme limits of the breathing atmosphere. At length the feeding supply of water gave out. The cylinder was extinguished for lack of gas. The Bunsen battery ceased to work, and the balloon, shrinking together, gently descended to the sand, in the very place that the car had hollowed out there. It was noon, and solar observations gave 19 degrees 35 minutes east longitude, and 6 degrees 51 minutes north latitude, or nearly 500 miles from Lake Chad, and more than 400 miles from the western coast of Africa. On the balloon taking ground, Kennedy and Joe awoke from their stupor. "We have halted," said the Scot. "We had to do so," replied the doctor gravely. His companions understood him. The level of the soil at that point corresponded with the level of the sea, and, consequently, the balloon remained in perfect equilibrium and absolutely motionless. The weight of the 3 travelers was replaced with an equivalent quantity of sand, and they got out of the car. Each was absorbed in his own thoughts, and for many hours neither of them spoke. Joe prepared their evening meal, which consisted of biscuit and pemmican, and was hardly tasted by either of the party. A mouthful of scalding water from their little store completed this gloomy repast. During the night none of them kept awake, yet none could be precisely said to have slept. On the morrow there remained only half a pint of water, and this the doctor put away, all 3 having resolved not to touch it until the last extremity. It was not long, however, before Joe exclaimed, I'm choking, and the heat is getting worse. I'm not surprised at that, though, he added, consulting the thermometer. 140 degrees. The sand scorches me, said the hunter, as though it had just come out of a furnace, and not a cloud in this sky of fire. It's enough to drive one mad. Let us not despair, responded the doctor. In this latitude, these intense heats are invariably followed by storms, and the latter come with the suddenness of lightning. Notwithstanding this disheartening clearness of the sky, great atmospheric changes may take place in less than an hour. But, asked Kennedy, is there any sign whatever of that? Well, replied the doctor, I think that there is some slight symptom of a fall in the barometer. May heaven hearken to you, Samuel, for here we are pinned to the ground, like a bird with broken wings. With this difference, however, my dear Dick, that our wings are unhurt, and I hope that we shall be able to use them again. Ah, wind! Wind! Exclaimed Joe. Enough to carry us to a stream or a well, and we'll be all right. We have provisions enough, and with water we could wait a month without suffering. But thirst is a cruel thing. It was not thirst alone, but the unchanging sight of the desert, that fatigued the mind. There was not a variation in the surface of the soil, not a hillock of sand, not a pebble to relieve the gaze. This unbroken level discouraged the beholder, and gave him that kind of malady called the desert sickness. The impassable monotony of the arid blue sky, and the vast yellow expanse of the desert sand, at length produced a sensation of terror. In this inflamed atmosphere the heat appeared to vibrate as it does above a blazing hearth, while the mind grew desperate in contemplating the limitless calm, and could see no reason why the thing should ever end, since immensity is a species of eternity. Thus, at last, our hapless travelers, deprived of water in this torrid heat, began to feel symptoms of mental disorder. Their eyes swelled in their sockets, and their gaze became confused. When night came on, the doctor determined to combat this alarming tendency by rapid walking. His idea was to pace the sandy plain for a few hours, not in search of anything, but simply for exercise. "Come along," he said to his companions. "Believe me, it will do you good." "Out of the question," said Kennedy. "I could not walk a step." "And I," said Joe, "would rather sleep. But sleep, or even rest, would be dangerous to you, my friends. You must react against this tendency to stupor. Come with me." But the doctor could do nothing with them, and therefore set off alone, amid the starry clearness of the night. The first few steps he took were painful, for they were the steps of an enfeebled man quite out of practice in walking. However, he quickly saw that the exercise would be beneficial to him, and pushed on several miles to the westward. Once in rapid motion, he felt his spirits greatly cheered, when suddenly a vertigo came over him. He seemed to be poised on the edge of an abyss. His knees bent under him. The vast solitude struck terror to his heart. He found himself the minute mathematical point, the center of an infinite circumference, that is to say, a nothing. The balloon had disappeared entirely in the deepening gloom. The doctor, cool, impassible, reckless explorer that he was, felt himself at last seized with a nameless dread. He strove to retrace his steps, but in vain. He called aloud. Not even an echo replied, and his voice died out in the empty vastness of surrounding space, like a pebble cast into a bottomless gulf. Then, down he sank, fainting on the sand, alone, amid the eternal silence of the desert. At midnight he came to, in the arms of his faithful follower, Joe. The latter, uneasy at his master's prolonged absence, had set out after him, easily tracing him by the clear imprint of his feet in the sand, and had found him lying in a swoon. "What has been the matter, sir?" was the first inquiry. "Nothing, Joe, nothing. Only a touch of weakness, that's all." It's over now. Oh, it won't amount to anything, sir, I'm sure of that. But get up on your feet if you can. There. Lean upon me, and let us get back to the balloon. And the doctor, leaning on Joe's arm, returned along the track by which he had come. You were too bold, sir. It won't do to run such risks. You might have been robbed, he added, laughing. But, sir, come now, let us talk seriously. Speak. I am listening to you. We must positively make up our minds to do something. Our present situation cannot last more than a few days longer, and if we get no wind, we are lost. The doctor made no reply. Well, then, one of us must sacrifice himself for the good of all, and it is most natural that it should fall to me to do so. What have you to propose? What is your plan? A very simple one. It is to take provisions enough, and to walk right on until I come to some place, as I must do sooner or later. In the meantime, if heaven sends you a good wind, you need not wait, but can start again. For my part, if I come to a village, I'll work my way through with a few Arabic words that you can write for me on a slip of paper, and I'll bring you help or lose my hide. What do you think of my plan? It is absolute folly, Joe, but worthy of your noble heart. The thing is impossible. You will not leave us. But, sir, we must do something, and this plan can't do you any harm, for I say again, you need not wait, and then, after all, I may succeed. No, Joe, no. We will not separate. That would only be adding sorrow to trouble. It was written that matters should be as they are, and it is very probably written that it shall be quite otherwise by and by. Let us wait, then, with resignation. So be it, master, but take notice of one thing. I give you a day longer, and I'll not wait after that. Today is Sunday, we might say Monday, as it is 1 o'clock in the morning, and if we don't get off by Tuesday, I'll run the risk. I've made up my mind to that. The doctor made no answer, and in a few minutes they got back to the car, where he took his place beside Kennedy, who lay there plunged in silence so complete that it could not be considered sleep. Chapter 27. The doctor's first care on the morrow was to consult the barometer. He found that the mercury had scarcely undergone any perceptible depression. Nothing, he murmured. Nothing. He got out of the car and scrutinized the weather. There was only the same heat, the same cloudless sky, the same merciless drought. Must we, then, give up to despair? He exclaimed, in agony. Joe did not open his lips. He was buried in his own thoughts, and planning the expedition he had proposed. Kennedy got up, feeling very ill, and a prey to nervous agitation. He was suffering horribly with thirst, and his swollen tongue and lips could hardly articulate a syllable. There still remained a few drops of water. Each of them knew this, and each was thinking of it, and felt himself drawn toward them. But neither of the three dared to take a step. Those three men, friends and companions as they were, fixed their haggard eyes upon each other with an instinct of ferocious longing, which was most plainly revealed in the hardy Scot, whose vigorous constitution yielded the soonest to these unnatural privations. Throughout the day he was delirious, pacing up and down, uttering hoarse cries, gnawing his clenched fists, and ready to open his veins and drink his own hot blood. Ah, he cried, land of thirst! Well might you be called the land of despair. At length he sank down in utter prostration, and his friends heard no other sound from him than the hissing of his breath between his parched and swollen lips. Toward evening, Joe had his turn of delirium. The vast expanse of sand appeared to him an immense pond, full of clear and limpid water, and more than once he dashed himself upon the scorching waste to drink long draughts, and rose again with his mouth clogged with hot dust. Curses on it! He yelled in his madness. It's nothing but salt water. Then, while Fergusson and Kennedy lay there motionless, The resistless longing came over him to drain the last few drops of water that had been kept in reserve. The natural instinct proved too strong. He dragged himself toward the car on his knees. He glared at the bottle containing the precious fluid. He gave one wild, eager glance, seized the treasured store, and bore it to his lips. At that instant he heard a heart-rending cry close beside him. "Water! Water!" It was Kennedy, who had crawled up close to him, and was begging there, upon his knees and weeping piteously. Joe, himself in tears, gave the poor wretch the bottle, and Kennedy drained the last drop with savage haste. "Thanks," he murmured hoarsely. But Joe did not hear him, for both alike had dropped fainting on the sand. What took place during that fearful night neither of them knew, but on Tuesday morning, under those showers of heat which the sun poured down upon them, the unfortunate men felt their limbs gradually drying up, and when Joe attempted to rise he found it impossible. He looked around him. In the car, the doctor, completely overwhelmed, sat with his arms folded on his breast, gazing with idiotic fixedness upon some imaginary point in space. Kennedy was frightful to behold. He was rolling his head from right to left like a wild beast in a cage. All at once, his eyes rested on the butt of his rifle, which jutted above the rim of the car. "Ah!" he screamed, raising himself with a superhuman effort. Desperate, mad, he snatched at the weapon and turned the barrel toward his mouth. "Kennedy!" shouted Joe, throwing himself upon his friend. "Let go! Hands off!" moaned the Scot, in a hoarse, grating voice, and then the two struggled desperately for the rifle. "Let go, or I'll kill you," repeated Kennedy. But Joe clung to him only the more fiercely, and they had been contending thus without the doctor seeing them for many seconds, when suddenly the rifle went off. At the sound of its discharge, the doctor rose up erect, like a specter, and glared around him. But all at once his glance grew more animated. He extended his hand toward the horizon, and in a voice no longer human shrieked, "There! There! Off there!" There was such fearful force in the cry that Kennedy and Joe released each other, and both looked where the doctor pointed. The plain was agitated like the sea shaken by the fury of a tempest. Billows of sand went tossing over each other amid blinding clouds of dust. An immense pillar was seen whirling toward them through the air from the southeast, with terrific velocity. The sun was disappearing behind an opaque veil of cloud whose enormous barrier extended clear to the horizon, while the grains of fine sand went gliding together with all the supple ease of liquid particles, and the rising dust tide gained more, and more with every second. Fergusson's eyes gleamed with a ray of energetic hope. "The simoom!" he exclaimed. "The simoom!" repeated Joe, without exactly knowing what it meant. "So much the better," said Kennedy, with the bitterness of despair. "So much the better, we shall die." "So much the better," echoed the doctor, "for we shall live." And so saying, he began rapidly to throw out the sand that encumbered the car. At length his companions understood him, and took their places at his side. "And now, Joe," said the doctor, "throw out some 50 pounds of your ore there." Joe no longer hesitated, although he still felt a fleeting pang of regret. The balloon at once began to ascend. "It was high time," said the doctor. The simoom, in fact, came rushing on like a thunderbolt, and a moment later the balloon would have been crushed, torn to atoms, annihilated. The awful whirlwind was almost upon it, and it was already pelted with showers of sand driven like hail by the storm. "Out with more ballast!" shouted the doctor. "There!" responded Joe, tossing over a huge fragment of quartz. With this, the Victoria rose swiftly above the range of the whirling column, but, caught in the vast displacement of the atmosphere thereby occasioned, it was borne along with incalculable rapidity away above this foaming sea. The three travelers did not speak. They gazed, and hoped, and even felt refreshed by the breath of the tempest. About 3 o'clock, the whirlwind ceased. The sand, falling again upon the desert, formed numberless little hillocks, and the sky resumed its former tranquility. The balloon, which had again lost its momentum, was floating in sight of an oasis, a sort of islet studded with green trees, thrown up upon the surface of this sandy ocean. "Water! We'll find water there," said the doctor, and instantly opening the upper valve, he let some hydrogen escape and slowly descended, taking the ground at about 200 feet from the edge of the oasis. In 4 hours, the travelers had swept over a distance of 240 miles. The car was at once ballasted, and Kennedy, closely followed by Joe, leaped out. "Take your guns with you," said the doctor. "Take your guns and be careful." Dick grasped his rifle, and Joe took one of the fowling pieces. They then rapidly made for the trees and disappeared under the fresh verdure, which announced the presence of abundant springs. As they hurried on, they had not taken notice of certain large footprints and fresh tracks of some living creature marked here and there in the damp soil. Suddenly, a dull roar was heard not 20 paces from them. "The roar of a lion," said Joe. "Good for that," said the excited hunter. "We'll fight him. A man feels strong when only a fight's in question. But be careful, Mr. Kennedy. Be careful. The lives of all depend upon the life of one." But Kennedy no longer heard him. He was pushing on, his eye blazing, his rifle cocked, fearful to behold in his daring rashness. There, under a palm tree, stood an enormous black-maned lion, crouching for a spring on his antagonist. Scarcely had he caught a glimpse of the hunter when he bounded through the air, but he had not touched the ground ere a bullet pierced his heart, and he fell to the earth dead. "Hurrah! Hurrah!" shouted Joe with wild exultation. Kennedy rushed toward the well, slid down the dampened steps, and flung himself at full length by the side of a fresh spring, in which he plunged his parched lips. Joe followed suit, and for some minutes nothing was heard but the sound they made with their mouths, drinking more like maddened beasts than men. "Take care, Mr. Kennedy," said Joe at last. "Let us not overdo the thing," and he panted for breath. But Kennedy, without a word, drank on. He even plunged his hands, and then his head, into the delicious tide. He fairly reveled in its coolness. "But the doctor?" said Joe. "Our friend, Dr. Fergusson?" That one word recalled Kennedy to himself, and hastily filling a flask that he had brought with him, he started on a run up the steps of the well. But what was his amazement when he saw an opaque body of enormous dimensions blocking up the passage. Joe, who was close upon Kennedy's heels, recoiled with him. "We are blocked in, entrapped." "Impossible! What does that mean?" Dick had no time to finish. A terrific roar made him only too quickly aware what foe confronted him. "Another lion!" exclaimed Joe. "A lioness, rather," said Kennedy. "Ah, ferocious brute," he added. "I'll settle you in a moment more," and swiftly reloaded his rifle. In another instant he fired, but the animal had disappeared. "Onward!" shouted Kennedy. "No," interposed the other. "That shot did not kill her. Her body would have rolled down the steps. She's up there, ready to spring upon the first of us who appears, and he would be a lost man. But what are we to do? We must get out of this, and the doctor is expecting us. Let us decoy the animal. Take my piece and give me your rifle. What is your plan?" "You'll see." And Joe, taking off his linen jacket, hung it on the end of the rifle and thrust it above the top of the steps. The lioness flung herself furiously upon it. Kennedy was on the alert for her, and his bullet broke her shoulder. The lioness, with a frightful howl of agony, rolled down the steps, overturning Joe in her fall. The poor fellow imagined that he could already feel the enormous paws of the savage beast in his flesh, when a second detonation resounded in the narrow passage, and Dr. Fergusson appeared at the opening above with his gun in hand, and still smoking from the discharge. Joe leaped to his feet, clambered over the body of the dead lioness, and handed up the flask full of sparkling water to his master. To carry it to his lips, and to half empty it at a draught, was the work of an instant, and the three travelers offered up thanks from the depths of their hearts to that Providence who had so miraculously saved them. Chapter 28. The evening was lovely, and our three friends enjoyed it in the cool shade of the mimosas, after a substantial repast, at which the tea and the punch were dealt out with no niggardly hand. Kennedy had traversed the little domain in all directions. He had ransacked every thicket and satisfied himself that the balloon party were the only living creatures in this terrestrial paradise. So they stretched themselves upon their blankets and passed a peaceful night that brought them forgetfulness of their past sufferings. On the morrow, May 7th, the sun shone with all his splendor, but his rays could not penetrate the dense screen of the palm tree foliage, and as there was no lack of provisions, the doctor resolved to remain where he was while waiting for a favorable wind. Joe had conveyed his portable kitchen to the oasis, and proceeded to indulge in any number of culinary combinations, using water all the time with the most profuse extravagance. What a strange succession of annoyances and enjoyments, moralized Kennedy. Such abundance as this after such privations, such luxury after such want. Ah! I nearly went mad. My dear Dick, replied the doctor. Had it not been for Joe, you would not be sitting here today, discoursing on the instability of human affairs. Wholehearted friend, said Kennedy, extending his hand to Joe. There's no occasion for all that, responded the latter. But you can take your revenge some time, Mr. Kennedy, always hoping, though, that you may never have occasion to do the same for me. It's a poor constitution, this of ours, to succumb to so little, philosophized Dr. Fergusson. So little water, you mean, doctor? Interposed Joe. That element must be very necessary to life. Undoubtedly, and persons deprived of food hold out longer than those deprived of water. I believe it. Besides, when needs must, one can eat anything he comes across, even his fellow creatures, although that must be a kind of food that's pretty hard to digest. The savages don't boggle much about it, said Kennedy. Yes, but then they are savages and accustomed to devouring raw meat. It's something that I'd find very disgusting, for my part. It is disgusting enough, said the doctor. That's a fact, and so much so, indeed, that nobody believed the narratives of the earliest travelers in Africa who brought back word that many tribes on that continent subsisted upon raw meat, and people generally refused to credit the statement. It was under such circumstances that a very singular adventure befell James Bruce. Tell it to us, doctor. We've time enough to hear it, said Joe, stretching himself voluptuously on the cool greensward. By all means. James Bruce was a Scotchman of Stirlingshire who, between 1768 and 1772, traversed all Abyssinia as far as Lake Tyana in search of the sources of the Nile. He afterward returned to England, but did not publish an account of his journeys until 1790. His statements were received with extreme incredulity, and such may be the reception accorded to our own. The manners and customs of the Abyssinians seemed so different from those of the English that no one would credit the description of them. Among other details, Bruce had put forward the assertion that the tribes of Eastern Africa fed upon raw flesh, and this set everybody against him. He might say so as much as he pleased. There was no one likely to go and see. One day, in a parlor at Edinburgh, a Scotch gentleman took up the subject in his presence, as it had become the topic of daily pleasantry, and, in reference to the eating of raw flesh, said that the thing was neither possible nor true. Bruce made no reply, but went out and returned a few minutes later with a raw steak, seasoned with pepper and salt, in the African style. Sir, said he to the Scotchman. "In doubting my statements, you have grossly affronted me. In believing the thing to be impossible, you have been egregiously mistaken, and in proof thereof you will now eat this beefsteak raw, or you will give me instant satisfaction." The Scotchman had a wholesome dread of the brawny traveler, and did eat the steak, although not without a good many wry faces. Thereupon, with the utmost coolness, James Bruce added, "Even admitting, sir, that the thing were untrue, you will, at least, no longer maintain that it is impossible." "Well put in," said Joe. And if the Scotchman found it lie heavy on his stomach, he got no more than he deserved. "If, on our return to England, they dare to doubt what we say about our travels." "Well, Joe, what would you do?" "Why, I'll make the doubters swallow the pieces of the balloon, without either salt or pepper." All burst out laughing at Joe's queer notions, and thus the day slipped by in pleasant chat. With returning strength, hope had revived, and with hope came the courage to do and to dare. The past was obliterated in the presence of the future with providential rapidity. Joe would have been willing to remain forever in this enchanting asylum. It was the realm he had pictured in his dreams. He felt himself at home. His master had to give him his exact location, and it was with the gravest air imaginable that he wrote down on his tablets 15 degrees 43 minutes east longitude and 8 degrees 32 minutes north latitude. Kennedy had but one regret, to wit, that he could not hunt in that miniature forest, because, according to his ideas, there was a slight deficiency of ferocious wild beasts in it. "But, my dear Dick," said the doctor, "haven't you rather a short memory? How about the lion and the lioness?" "Oh, that!" he ejaculated with the contempt of a thoroughbred sportsman for game already killed. "But the fact is, that finding them here would lead one to suppose that we can't be far from a more fertile country. It don't prove much, Dick, for those animals, when goaded by hunger or thirst, will travel long distances, and I think that, tonight, we had better keep a more vigilant lookout and light fires besides." "What, in such heat as this?" said Joe. "Well, if it's necessary, we'll have to do it, but I do think it a real pity to burn this pretty grove that has been such a comfort to us. Oh, above all things, we must take the utmost care not to set it on fire," replied the doctor, "so that others in the same strait as ourselves may some day find shelter here in the middle of the desert." "I'll be very careful indeed, doctor. But do you think that this oasis is known?" "Undoubtedly. It is a halting place for the caravans that frequent the center of Africa, and a visit from one of them might be anything but pleasant to you, Joe." "Why? Are there any more of those rascally Nyam-Nyams around here?" "Certainly. That is the general name of all the neighboring tribes, and, under the same climates, the same races are likely to have similar manners and customs." "Pah!" said Joe. "But, after all, it's natural enough. If savages had the ways of gentlemen, where would be the difference? By George, these fine fellows wouldn't have to be coaxed long to eat the Scotchman's raw steak, nor the Scotchman either, into the bargain." With this very sensible observation, Joe began to get ready his firewood for the night, making just as little of it as possible. Fortunately, these precautions were superfluous, and each of the party, in his turn, dropped off into the soundest slumber. On the next day the weather still showed no sign of change, but kept provokingly and obstinately fair. The balloon remained motionless, without any oscillation to betray a breath of wind. The doctor began to get uneasy again. If their stay in the desert were to be prolonged like this, their provisions would give out. After nearly perishing for want of water, they would, at last, have to starve to death. But he took fresh courage as he saw the mercury fall considerably in the barometer, and noticed evident signs of an early change in the atmosphere. He therefore resolved to make all his preparations for a start, so as to avail himself of the first opportunity. The feeding tank and the water tank were both completely filled. Then he had to re-establish the equilibrium of the balloon, and Joe was obliged to part with another considerable portion of his precious quartz. With restored health, his ambitious notions had come back to him, and he made more than one wry face before obeying his master. But the latter convinced him that he could not carry so considerable a weight with him through the air, and gave him his choice between the water and the gold. Joe hesitated no longer, but flung out the requisite quantity of his much-prized ore upon the sand. "The next people who come this way," he remarked, "will be rather surprised to find a fortune in such a place. And suppose some learned traveler should come across these specimens." "Eh?" suggested Kennedy. "You may be certain, Dick, that they would take him by surprise, and that he would publish his astonishment in several folios, so that some day we shall hear of a wonderful deposit of gold-bearing quartz in the midst of the African sands. And Joe there will be the cause of it all." This idea of mystifying some learned sage tickled Joe hugely, and made him laugh. During the rest of the day the doctor vainly kept on the watch for a change of weather. The temperature rose, and, had it not been for the shade of the oasis, would have been insupportable. The thermometer marked 149 degrees in the sun, and a veritable rain of fire filled the air. This was the most intense heat that they had yet noted. Joe arranged their bivouac for that evening, as he had done for the previous night, and during the watches kept by the doctor and Kennedy there was no fresh incident. But toward 3 o'clock in the morning, while Joe was on guard, the temperature suddenly fell. The sky became overcast with clouds, and the darkness increased. "Turn out!" cried Joe, arousing his companions. "Turn out! Here's the wind!" "At last!" exclaimed the doctor, eyeing the heavens. "But it is a storm. The balloon! Let us hasten to the balloon." It was high time for them to reach it. The Victoria was bending to the force of the hurricane, and dragging along the car, the latter grazing the sand. Had any portion of the ballast been accidentally thrown out, the balloon would have been swept away, and all hope of recovering it have been forever lost. But fleet-footed Joe put forth his utmost speed, and checked the car, while the balloon beat upon the sand, at the risk of being torn to pieces. The doctor, followed by Kennedy, leaped in, and lit his cylinder, while his companions threw out the superfluous ballast. The travelers took one last look at the trees of the oasis bowing to the force of the hurricane, and soon, catching the wind at 200 feet above the ground, disappeared in the gloom. Chapter 29. From the moment of their departure, the travelers moved with great velocity. They longed to leave behind them the desert, which had so nearly been fatal to them. About 9:15 in the morning, they caught a glimpse of some signs of vegetation. Herbage floating on that sea of sand, and announcing, as the weeds upon the ocean did to Christopher Columbus, the nearness of the shore, green shoots peeping up timidly between pebbles that were, in their turn, to be the rocks of that vast expanse. Hills, but of trifling height, were seen in wavy lines upon the horizon. Their profile, muffled by the heavy mist, was defined but vaguely. The monotony, however, was beginning to disappear. The doctor hailed with joy the new country thus disclosed, and, like a seaman on lookout at the masthead, he was ready to shout aloud, "Land, ho! Land!" An hour later the continent spread broadly before their gaze, still wild in aspect, but less flat, less denuded, and with a few trees standing out against the gray sky. "We are in a civilized country at last," said the hunter. "Civilized? Well, that's one way of speaking. But there are no people to be seen yet." "It will not be long before we see them," said Fergusson, "at our present rate of travel. Are we still in the Negro country, Doctor?" "Yes, and on our way to the country of the Arabs." "What? Real Arabs, sir, with their camels?" "No, not many camels. They are scarce, if not altogether unknown, in these regions. We must go a few degrees farther north to see them." "What a pity! And why, Joe?" Because if the wind fell contrary, they might be of use to us. How so? Well, sir, it's just a notion that's got into my head. We might hitch them to the car and make them tow us along. What do you say to that, Doctor? Poor Joe. Another person had that idea in advance of you. It was used by a very gifted French author, Mary. In a romance, it is true. He has his travelers drawn along in a balloon by a team of camels. Then a lion comes up, devours the camels, swallows the tow rope, and hauls the balloon in their stead, and so on through the story. You see that the whole thing is the top flower of fancy, but has nothing in common with our style of locomotion. Joe, a little cut down at learning that his idea had been used already, cudgeled his wits to imagine what animal could have devoured the lion. But he could not guess it, and so quietly went on scanning the appearance of the country. A lake of medium extent stretched away before him, surrounded by an amphitheater of hills, which yet could not be dignified with the name of mountains. There were winding valleys, numerous and fertile, with their tangled thickets of the most various trees. The African oil tree rose above the mass, with leaves 15 feet in length upon its stalk, the latter studded with sharp thorns. The bombax or silk cotton tree filled the wind, as it swept by, with the fine down of its seeds. The pungent odors of the pendanus, the kenda of the Arabs, perfumed the air up to the height where the Victoria was sailing. The pawpaw tree with its palm-shaped leaves, the sterculier, which produces the Sudan nut, the baobab and the banana tree, completed the luxuriant flora of these intertropical regions. "The country is superb," said the doctor. "Here are some animals," added Joe. "Men are not far away." "Oh, what magnificent elephants!" exclaimed Kennedy. "Is there no way to get a little shooting? How could we manage to halt in a current as strong as this? No, Dick, you must taste a little of the torture of Tantalus just now. You shall make up for it afterward." And, in truth, there was enough to excite the fancy of a sportsman. Dick's heart fairly leaped in his breast as he grasped the butt of his Purdy. The fauna of the region were as striking as its flora. The wild ox reveled in dense herbage that often concealed his whole body. Gray, black, and yellow elephants of the most gigantic size burst headlong, like a living hurricane, through the forests, breaking, rending, tearing down, devastating everything in their path. Upon the woody slopes of the hills trickled cascades and springs flowing northward. There, too, the hippopotami bathed their huge forms, splashing and snorting as they frolicked in the water, and lamantines, 12 feet long, with bodies like seals, stretched themselves along the banks, turning up toward the sun, their rounded teats swollen with milk. It was a whole menagerie of rare and curious beasts in a wondrous hothouse, where numberless birds with plumage of 1,000 hues gleamed and fluttered in the sunshine. By this prodigality of nature, the doctor recognized the splendid kingdom of Adamova. We are now beginning to trench upon the realm of modern discovery. I have taken up the lost scent of preceding travelers. It is a happy chance, my friends, for we shall be enabled to link the toils of Captains Burton and Speke with the explorations of Dr. Barth. We have left the Englishman behind us, and now have caught up with the hamburger. It will not be long, either, before we arrive at the extreme point attained by that daring explorer. It seems to me that there is a vast extent of country between the two explored routes, remarked Kennedy. At least, if I am to judge by the distance that we have made. It is easy to determine. Take the map and see what is the longitude of the southern point of Lake Ukiru, reached by Speke. It is near the 37th degree. And the city of Yola, which we shall sight this evening, and to which Barth penetrated, what is its position? It is about in the 12th degree of east longitude. Then there are 25 degrees, or, counting 60 miles to each, about 1,500 miles in all. "A nice little walk," said Joe, "for people who have to go on foot. It will be accomplished, however. Livingstone and Moffat are pushing on up this line toward the interior. Nyassa, which they have discovered, is not far from Lake Tanganyika, seen by Burton. Ere the close of the century, these regions will, undoubtedly, be explored. But, added the doctor, consulting his compass, I regret that the wind is carrying us so far to the westward. I wanted to get to the north. After 12 hours of progress, the Victoria found herself on the confines of Nigrisha. The first inhabitants of this region, the Chuas Arabs, were feeding their wandering flocks. The immense summits of the Atlantika Mountains seen above the horizon, mountains that no European foot had yet scaled, and whose height is computed to be 10,000 feet. Their western slope determines the flow of all the waters in this region of Africa toward the ocean. They are the mountains of the moon to this part of the continent. At length a real river greeted the gaze of our travelers, and, by the enormous anthills seen in its vicinity, the doctor recognized the Benue, one of the great tributaries of the Niger, the one which the natives have called the Fountain of the Waters. This river, said the doctor to his companions, will, one day, be the natural channel of communication with the interior of Nigrisha. Under the command of one of our brave captains, the steamer Pleiad has already ascended as far as the town of Yola. You see that we are not in an unknown country. Numerous slaves were engaged in the labors of the field, cultivating sorgo, a kind of millet which forms the chief basis of their diet, and the most stupid expressions of astonishment ensued as the Victoria sped past like a meteor. That evening the balloon halted about 40 miles from Yola, and ahead of it, but in the distance, rose the two sharp cones of Mount Mendif. The doctor threw out his anchors and made fast to the top of a high tree, but a very violent wind beat upon the balloon with such force as to throw it over on its side, thus rendering the position of the car sometimes extremely dangerous. Fergusson did not close his eyes all night, and he was repeatedly on the point of cutting the anchor rope and scudding away before the gale. At length, however, the storm abated, and the oscillations of the balloon ceased to be alarming. On the morrow the wind was more moderate, but it carried our travelers away from the city of Yola, which, recently rebuilt by the Fulians, excited Fergusson's curiosity. However, he had to make up his mind to being borne farther to the northward and even a little to the east. Kennedy proposed to halt in this fine hunting country, and Joe declared that the need of fresh meat was beginning to be felt. But the savage customs of the country, the attitude of the population, and some shots fired at the Victoria, admonished the doctor to continue his journey. They were then crossing a region that was the scene of massacres and burnings, and where warlike conflicts between the barbarian sultans, contending for their power amid the most atrocious carnage, never cease. Numerous and populous villages of long low huts stretched away between broad pasture fields, whose dense herbage was besprinkled with violet-colored blossoms. The huts, looking like huge beehives, were sheltered behind bristling palisades. The wild hillsides and hollows frequently reminded the beholder of the glens in the Highlands of Scotland, as Kennedy more than once remarked. In spite of all he could do, the doctor bore directly to the northeast, toward Mount Mendif, which was lost in the midst of environing clouds. The lofty summits of these mountains separate the valley of the Niger from the basin of Lake Chad. Soon afterward was seen the Beguile, with its 18 villages clinging to its flanks like a whole brood of children to their mother's bosom. A magnificent spectacle for the beholder whose gaze commanded and took in the entire picture at one view. Even the ravines were seen to be covered with fields of rice and of arachides. By 3 o'clock the Victoria was directly in front of Mount Mendif. It had been impossible to avoid it. The only thing to be done was to cross it. The doctor, by means of a temperature increased to 180 degrees, gave the balloon a fresh ascensional force of nearly 1,600 pounds, and it went up to an elevation of more than 8,000 feet, the greatest height attained during the journey. The temperature of the atmosphere was so much cooler at that point that the aeronauts had to resort to their blankets and thick coverings. Fergusson was in haste to descend. The covering of the balloon gave indications of bursting, but in the meanwhile he had time to satisfy himself of the volcanic origin of the mountain, whose extinct craters are now but deep abysses. Immense accumulations of bird guano gave the sides of Mount Mendif the appearance of calcareous rocks, and there was enough of the deposit there to manure all the lands in the United Kingdom. At 5 o'clock the Victoria, sheltered from the south winds, went gently gliding along the slopes of the mountain, and stopped in a wide clearing remote from any habitation. The instant it touched the soil, all needful precautions were taken to hold it there firmly, and Kennedy, fowling piece in hand, sallied out upon the sloping plain. Ere long, he returned with half a dozen wild ducks and a kind of snipe, which Joe served up in his best style. The meal was heartily relished, and the night was passed in undisturbed and refreshing slumber. Chapter 30. On the next day, May 11th, the Victoria resumed her adventurous journey. Her passengers had the same confidence in her that a good seaman has in his ship. In terrific hurricanes, in tropical heats, when making dangerous departures and descents still more dangerous, it had, at all times and in all places, come out safely. It might almost have been said that Fergusson managed it with a wave of the hand, and hence, without knowing in advance where the point of arrival would be, the doctor had no fears concerning the successful issue of his journey. However, in this country of barbarians and fanatics, prudence obliged him to take the strictest precautions. He therefore counseled his companions to have their eyes wide open for everything and at all hours. The wind drifted a little more to the northward, and, toward 9 o'clock, they sighted the larger city of Masfia, built upon an eminence which was itself enclosed between two lofty mountains. Its position was impregnable, a narrow road running between a marsh and a thick wood being the only channel of approach to it. At the moment of which we write, a sheik, accompanied by a mounted escort, and clad in a garb of brilliant colors, preceded by couriers and trumpeters, who put aside the boughs of the trees as he rode up, was making his grand entry into the place. The doctor lowered the balloon in order to get a better look at this cavalcade of natives. But as the balloon grew larger to their eyes, they began to show symptoms of intense affright, and at length made off in different directions as fast as their legs and those of their horses could carry them. The sheik alone did not budge an inch. He merely grasped his long musket, cocked it, and proudly waited in silence. The doctor came on to within 150 feet of him, and then, with his roundest and fullest voice, saluted him courteously in the Arabic tongue. But, upon hearing these words falling, as it seemed, from the sky, the sheik dismounted and prostrated himself in the dust of the highway, where the doctor had to leave him, finding it impossible to divert him from his adoration. Unquestionably, Fergusson remarked, those people take us for supernatural beings. When Europeans came among them for the first time, they were mistaken for creatures of a higher race. When this sheik comes to speak of today's meeting, he will not fail to embellish the circumstance with all the resources of an Arab imagination. You may, therefore, judge what an account their legends will give of us some day. Not such a desirable thing after all, said the Scot. In the point of view that affects civilization, it would be better to pass for mere men. That would give these Negro races a superior idea of European power. Very good, my dear Dick. But what can we do about it? You might sit all day explaining the mechanism of a balloon to the savants of this country, and yet they would not comprehend you, but would persist in ascribing it to supernatural aid. Doctor, you spoke of the first time Europeans visited these regions. Who were the visitors? Inquired Joe. My dear fellow, we are now upon the very track of Major Denham. It was at this very city of Masfia that he was received by the Sultan of Mandara. He had quitted the Bornu country. He accompanied the sheik in an expedition against the Falatas. He assisted in the attack on the city, which, with its arrows alone, bravely resisted the bullets of the Arabs and put the sheik's troops to flight. All this was but a pretext for murders, raids, and pillage. The major was completely plundered and stripped, and had it not been for his horse, under whose stomach he clung with the skill of an Indian rider, and was borne with a headlong gallop from his barbarous pursuers, he never could have made his way back to Kukka, the capital of Bornu. Who was this Major Denham? A fearless Englishman who, between 1822 and 1824, commanded an expedition into the Bornu country, in company with Captain Clapperton and Dr. Audney. They set out from Tripoli in the month of March, reached Mourzouk, the capital of Fez, and, following the route which at a later period Dr. Barth was to pursue on his way back to Europe, they arrived on the 16th of February 1823 at Kukka near Lake Chad. Denham made several explorations in Bornu, in Mandara, and to the eastern shores of the lake. In the meantime, on the 15th of December 1823, Captain Clapperton and Dr. Audney had pushed their way through the Sudan country as far as Sakatu, and Audney died of fatigue and exhaustion in the town of Murmur. This part of Africa has, therefore, paid a heavy tribute of victims to the cause of science, said Kennedy. Yes, this country is fatal to travelers. We are moving directly toward the kingdom of Bagirmi, which Vogel traversed in 1856, so as to reach the Wadai country, where he disappeared. This young man, at the age of 23, had been sent to cooperate with Dr. Barth. They met on the 1st of December 1854, and thereupon commenced his explorations of the country. Toward 1856, he announced, in the last letters received from him, his intention to reconnoiter the kingdom of Wadai, which no European had yet penetrated. It appears that he got as far as Wara, the capital, where, according to some accounts, he was made prisoner, and, according to others, was put to death for having attempted to ascend a sacred mountain in the environs. But we must not too lightly admit the death of travelers, since that does away with the necessity of going in search of them. For instance, how often was the death of Dr. Barth reported, to his own great annoyance? It is, therefore, very possible that Vogel may still be held as a prisoner by the Sultan of Wadai, in the hope of obtaining a good ransom for him. Baron de Niemans was about starting for the Wadai country when he died at Cairo in 1855, and we now know that de Heuglin has set out on Vogel's track with the expedition sent from Leipzig, so that we shall soon be accurately informed as to the fate of that young and interesting explorer. For Masfia had disappeared from the horizon long ere this, and the Mandara country was developing to the gaze of our aeronauts its astonishing fertility, with its forests of acacias, its locust trees covered with red flowers, and the herbaceous plants of its fields of cotton and indigo trees. The river Sherry, which 80 miles farther on rolled its impetuous waters into Lake Chad, was quite distinctly seen. The doctor got his companions to trace its course upon the maps drawn by Dr. Barth. "You perceive," said he, "that the labors of this savant have been conducted with great precision. We are moving directly toward the Lagaum region, and perhaps toward Kernak, its capital. It was there that poor Toole died, at the age of scarcely 22. He was a young Englishman, an ensign in the 80th Regiment, who, a few weeks before, had joined Major Denham in Africa, and it was not long ere he there met his death. Ah! This vast country might well be called the graveyard of European travelers. Some boats, 50 feet long, were descending the current of the Sherry. The Victoria, then 1,000 feet above the soil, hardly attracted the attention of the natives. But the wind, which until then had been blowing with a certain degree of strength, was falling off. "Is it possible that we are to be caught in another dead calm?" sighed the doctor. "Well, we've no lack of water, nor the desert to fear anyhow, master," said Joe. "No, but there are races here still more to be dreaded." "Why?" said Joe again. "There's something like a town. That is Kernak. The last puffs of the breeze are wafting us to it, and, if we choose, we can take an exact plan of the place." "Shall we not go nearer to it?" asked Kennedy. "Nothing easier, Dick. We are right over it. Allow me to turn the stopcock of the cylinder, and will not be long in descending. Half an hour later the balloon hung motionless about 200 feet from the ground. "Here we are," said the doctor. "Nearer to Kernak than a man would be to London, if he were perched in the cupola of St. Paul's, so we can take a survey at our ease. What is that tick-tacking sound that we hear on all sides?" Joe looked attentively, and at length discovered that the noise they heard was produced by a number of weavers beating cloth stretched in the open air, on large trunks of trees. The capital of Lagaum could then be seen in its entire extent, like an unrolled chart. It is really a city with straight rows of houses and quite wide streets. In the midst of a large open space there was a slave market, attended by a great crowd of customers, for the Mandara women, who have extremely small hands and feet, are in excellent request, and can be sold at lucrative rates. At the sight of the Victoria, the scene so often produced occurred again. At first there were outcries, and then followed general stupefaction. Business was abandoned, work was flung aside, and all noise ceased. The aeronauts remained as they were, completely motionless, and lost not a detail of the populous city. They even went down to within 60 feet of the ground. Hereupon the governor of Lagaum came out from his residence, displaying his green standard, and accompanied by his musicians, who blew on hoarse buffalo horns, as though they would split their cheeks or anything else, excepting their own lungs. The crowd at once gathered around him. In the meanwhile Dr. Fergusson tried to make himself heard, but in vain. This population looked like proud and intelligent people, with their high foreheads, their almost aquiline noses, and their curling hair. But the presence of the Victoria troubled them greatly. Horsemen could be seen galloping in all directions, and it soon became evident that the governor's troops were assembling to oppose so extraordinary a foe. Joe wore himself out waving handkerchiefs of every color and shape to them, but his exertions were all to no purpose. However, the sheik, surrounded by his court, proclaimed silence, and pronounced a discourse, of which the doctor could not understand a word. It was Arabic mixed with Bagurmi. He could make out enough, however, by the universal language of gestures, to be aware that he was receiving a very polite invitation to depart. Indeed, he would have asked for nothing better, but for lack of wind, the thing had become impossible. His non-compliance, therefore, exasperated the governor, whose courtiers and attendants set up a furious howl to enforce immediate obedience on the part of the aerial monster. They were odd-looking fellows, those courtiers, with their 5 or 6 shirts swathed around their bodies. They had enormous stomachs, some of which actually seemed to be artificial. The doctor surprised his companions by informing them that this was the way to pay court to the Sultan. The rotundity of the stomach indicated the ambition of its possessor. These corpulent gentry gesticulated and bawled at the top of their voices, one of them particularly distinguishing himself above the rest, to such an extent, indeed, that he must have been a prime minister, at least, if the disturbance he made was any criterion of his rank. The common rabble of dusky denizens united their howlings with the uproar of the court, repeating their gesticulations like so many monkeys, and thereby producing a single and instantaneous movement of 10,000 arms at one time. To these means of intimidation, which were presently deemed insufficient, were added others still more formidable. Soldiers, armed with bows and arrows, were drawn up in line of battle. But by this time the balloon was expanding, and rising quietly beyond their reach. Upon this the governor seized a musket and aimed it at the balloon. But Kennedy, who was watching him, shattered the uplifted weapon in the sheik's grasp. At this unexpected blow there was a general rout. Every mother's son of them scampered for his dwelling with the utmost celerity, and stayed there, so that the streets of the town were absolutely deserted for the remainder of that day. Night came, and not a breath of wind was stirring. The aeronauts had to make up their minds to remain motionless at the distance of but 300 feet above the ground. Not a fire or light shone in the deep gloom, and around reigned the silence of death. But the doctor only redoubled his vigilance, as this apparent quiet might conceal some snare. And he had reason to be watchful. About midnight, the whole city seemed to be in a blaze. Hundreds of streaks of flame crossed each other, and shot to and fro in the air like rockets, forming a regular network of fire. "That's really curious," said the doctor, somewhat puzzled to make out what it meant. "By all that's glorious," shouted Kennedy. "It looks as if the fire were ascending and coming up toward us." And sure enough, with an accompaniment of musket shots, yelling, and din of every description, the mass of fire was, indeed, mounting toward the Victoria. Joe got ready to throw out ballast, and Fergusson was not long at guessing the truth. Thousands of pigeons, their tails garnished with combustibles, had been set loose and driven toward the Victoria. And now, in their terror, they were flying high up, zigzagging the atmosphere with lines of fire. Kennedy was preparing to discharge all his batteries into the middle of the ascending multitude. But what could he have done against such a numberless army? The pigeons were already whisking around the car. They were even surrounding the balloon, the sides of which, reflecting their illumination, looked as though enveloped with a network of fire. The doctor dared hesitate no longer, and, throwing out a fragment of quartz, he kept himself beyond the reach of these dangerous assailants. And, for 2 hours afterward, he could see them wandering hither and thither through the darkness of the night, until, little by little, their light diminished, and they, one by one, died out. "Now we may sleep in quiet," said the doctor. "Not badly got up for barbarians," mused friend Joe, speaking his thoughts aloud. "Oh, they employ these pigeons frequently, to set fire to the thatch of hostile villages. But this time the village mounted higher than they could go. Why, positively, a balloon need fear no enemies." "Yes, indeed it may," objected Fergusson. "What are they, then, doctor?" "They are the careless people in the car. So, my friends, let us have vigilance in all places and at all times." Chapter 31. About 3 o'clock in the morning, Joe, who was then on watch, at length saw the city move away from beneath his feet. The Victoria was once again in motion, and both the doctor and Kennedy awoke. The former consulted his compass, and saw, with satisfaction, that the wind was carrying them toward the north-northeast. "We are in luck," said he. "Everything works in our favor. We shall discover Lake Chad this very day." "Is it a broad sheet of water?" asked Kennedy. "Somewhat, Dick. At its greatest length and breadth, it measures about 120 miles. It will spice our trip with a little variety to sail over a spacious sheet of water. After all, though, I don't see that we have much to complain of on that score. Our trip has been very much varied indeed. And, moreover, we are getting on under the best possible conditions." "Unquestionably so. Excepting those privations on the desert, we have encountered no serious danger. It is not to be denied that our noble balloon has behaved wonderfully well. Today is May 12th, and we started on the 18th of April. That makes 25 days of journeying. In 10 days more we shall have reached our destination." "Where is that?" "I do not know. But what does that signify?" "You are right again, Samuel. Let us entrust to Providence the care of guiding us and of keeping us in good health as we are now. We don't look much as though we had been crossing the most pestilential country in the world. We had an opportunity of getting up in life, and that's what we have done." "Hurrah for trips in the air!" cried Joe. "Here we are at the end of 25 days in good condition, well fed and well rested. We've had too much rest, in fact, for my legs begin to feel rusty, and I wouldn't be vexed a bit to stretch them with a run of 30 miles or so. You can do that, Joe, in the streets of London, but in fine we set out 3 together, like Denham, Clapperton, and Overweg, like Barth, Richardson, and Vogel, and, more fortunate than our predecessors here, we are 3 in number still. But it is most important for us not to separate. If, while one of us was on the ground, The Victoria should have to ascend in order to escape some sudden danger. Who knows whether we should ever see each other again? Therefore it is that I say again to Kennedy frankly that I do not like his going off alone to hunt. But still, Samuel, you will permit me to indulge that fancy a little. There is no harm in renewing our stock of provisions. Besides, before our departure, you held out to me the prospect of some superb hunting, and thus far I have done but little in the line of the Andersons and Cummings. But, my dear Dick, your memory fails you, or your modesty makes you forget your own exploits. It really seems to me that, without mentioning small game, you have already an antelope, an elephant, and 2 lions on your conscience. But what's all that to an African sportsman who sees all the animals in creation strutting along under the muzzle of his rifle? There, look at that troop of giraffes. Those giraffes, roared Joe. Why, they're not as big as my fist, because we are 1,000 feet above them. But close to them you would discover that they are 3 times as tall as you are. And what do you say to yon herd of gazelles, and those ostriches, that run with the speed of the wind? Resumed Kennedy. Those ostriches? Remonstrated Joe again. Those are chickens, and the greatest kind of chickens. Come, Doctor, can't we get down nearer to them? Pleaded Kennedy. We can get closer to them, Dick, but we must not land. And what good will it do you to strike down those poor animals when they can be of no use to you? Now, if the question were to destroy a lion, a tiger, a cat, a hyena, I could understand it. But to deprive an antelope or a gazelle of life, to no other purpose than the gratification of your instincts as a sportsman, seems hardly worth the trouble. But, after all, my friend, we are going to keep at about 100 feet only from the soil, and should you see any ferocious wild beast, oblige us by sending a ball through its heart. The Victoria descended gradually, but still keeping at a safe height, for in a barbarous yet very populous country, it was necessary to keep on the watch for unexpected perils. The travelers were then directly following the course of the Sherry. The charming banks of this river were hidden beneath the foliage of trees of various dyes. Lianas and climbing plants wound in and out on all sides and formed the most curious combinations of color. Crocodiles were seen basking in the broad blaze of the sun or plunging beneath the waters with the agility of lizards, and in their gambols they sported about among the many green islands that intercept the current of the stream. It was thus, in the midst of rich and verdant landscapes, that our travelers passed over the district of Mafate, and about 9 o'clock in the morning reached the southern shore of Lake Chad. There it was at last, outstretched before them, that Caspian Sea of Africa, the existence of which was so long consigned to the realms of fable, that interior expanse of water to which only Denham's and Barth's expeditions had been able to force their way. The doctor strove in vain to fix its precise configuration upon paper. It had already changed greatly since 1847. In fact, the chart of Lake Chad is very difficult to trace with exactitude, for it is surrounded by muddy and almost impassable morasses, in which Barth thought that he was doomed to perish. From year to year these marshes, covered with reeds and papyrus 15 feet high, become the lake itself. Frequently, too, the villages on its shores are half submerged, as was the case with Ngornu in 1856, and now the hippopotamus and the alligator frisk and dive where the dwellings of Bornu once stood. The sun shot his dazzling rays over this placid sheet of water, and toward the north the 2 elements merged into one and the same horizon. The doctor was desirous of determining the character of the water, which was long believed to be salt. There was no danger in descending close to the lake, and the car was soon skimming its surface like a bird at the distance of only 5 feet. Joe plunged a bottle into the lake and drew it up half-filled. The water was then tasted and found to be but little fit for drinking, with a certain carbonate of soda flavor. While the doctor was jotting down the result of this experiment, the loud report of a gun was heard close beside him. Kennedy had not been able to resist the temptation of firing at a huge hippopotamus. The latter, who had been basking quietly, disappeared at the sound of the explosion, but did not seem to be otherwise incommoded by Kennedy's conical bullet. "You'd have done better if you had harpooned him," said Joe. "But how?" "With one of our anchors. It would have been a hook just big enough for such a rousing beast as that." "Humph!" ejaculated Kennedy. "Joe really has an idea this time, which I beg of you not to put into execution," interposed the doctor. "The animal would very quickly have dragged us where we could not have done much to help ourselves, and where we have no business to be. Especially now since we've settled the question as to what kind of water there is in Lake Chad. Is that sort of fish good to eat, Dr. Fergusson?" "That fish, as you call it, Joe, is really a mammiferous animal of the pachydermal species. Its flesh is said to be excellent and is an article of important trade between the tribes living along the borders of the lake." "Then I'm sorry that Mr. Kennedy's shot didn't do more damage. The animal is vulnerable only in the stomach and between the thighs. Dick's ball hasn't even marked him. But should the ground strike me as favorable, we shall halt at the northern end of the lake, where Kennedy will find himself in the midst of a whole menagerie, and can make up for lost time." "Well," said Joe, "I hope then that Mr. Kennedy will hunt the hippopotamus a little. I'd like to taste the meat of that queer-looking beast. It doesn't look exactly natural to get away into the center of Africa, to feed on snipe and partridge, just as if we were in England." Chapter 32. Since its arrival at Lake Chad, the balloon had struck a current that edged it farther to the westward. A few clouds tempered the heat of the day, and, besides, a little air could be felt over this vast expanse of water. But about 1 o'clock, the Victoria, having slanted across this part of the lake, again advanced over the land for a space of 7 or 8 miles. The doctor, who was somewhat vexed at first at this turn of his course, no longer thought of complaining when he caught sight of the city of Kuka, the capital of Bornu. He saw it for a moment, encircled by its walls of white clay, and a few rudely constructed mosques rising clumsily above that conglomeration of houses that look like playing dice, which form most Arab towns. In the courtyards of the private dwellings, and on the public squares, grew palms and caoutchouc trees topped with a dome of foliage more than 100 feet in breadth. Joe called attention to the fact that these immense parasols were in proper accordance with the intense heat of the sun, and made thereon some pious reflections which it were needless to repeat. Kuka really consists of 2 distinct towns, separated by the Dendel. A large boulevard 300 yards wide, at that hour crowded with horsemen and foot passengers. On one side, the rich quarter stands squarely with its airy and lofty houses, laid out in regular order. On the other is huddled together the poor quarter, a miserable collection of low hovels of a conical shape, in which a poverty-stricken multitude vegetate rather than live, since Kuka is neither a trading nor a commercial city. Kennedy thought it looked something like Edinburgh, where that city extended on a plain with its 2 distinct boroughs. But our travelers had scarcely the time to catch even this glimpse of it, for, with the fickleness that characterizes the air currents of this region, a contrary wind suddenly swept them some 40 miles over the surface of Lake Chad. Then were regaled with a new spectacle. They could count the numerous islets of the lake, inhabited by the Bidiomas, a race of bloodthirsty and formidable pirates, who are as greatly feared when neighbors as are the Tuaregs of Sahara. These estimable people were in readiness to receive the Victoria bravely with stones and arrows, but the balloon quickly passed their islands, fluttering over them, from one to the other with butterfly motion, like a gigantic beetle. At this moment, Joe, who was scanning the horizon, said to Kennedy, "There, sir, as you are always thinking of good sport, yonder is just the thing for you." "What is it, Joe?" "This time, the doctor will not disapprove of your shooting." "But what is it?" "Don't you see that flock of big birds making for us?" "Birds?" exclaimed the doctor, snatching his spyglass. "I see them," replied Kennedy. "There are at least a dozen of them, 14 exactly, said Joe. Heaven grant that they may be of a kind sufficiently noxious for the doctor to let me peg away at them. I should not object, but I would much rather see those birds at a distance from us. Why, are you afraid of those fowls? They are condors and of the largest size. Should they attack us? Well, if they do, we'll defend ourselves. We have a whole arsenal at our disposal. I don't think those birds are so very formidable. Who can tell? Was the doctor's only remark. 10 minutes later, the flock had come within gunshot, and were making the air ring with their hoarse cries. They came right toward the Victoria, more irritated than frightened by her presence. How they scream! What a noise! Said Joe. Perhaps they don't like to see anybody poaching in their country up in the air, or daring to fly like themselves. Well, now, to tell the truth, when I take a good look at them, they are an ugly, ferocious set, and I should think them dangerous enough if they were armed with purty more rifles, admitted Kennedy. They have no need of such weapons, said Fergusson, looking very grave. The condors flew around them in wide circles, their flight growing gradually closer and closer to the balloon. They swept through the air in rapid, fantastic curves, occasionally precipitating themselves headlong with the speed of a bullet, and then breaking their line of projection by an abrupt and daring angle. The doctor, much disquieted, resolved to ascend so as to escape this dangerous proximity. He therefore dilated the hydrogen in his balloon, and it rapidly rose. But the condors mounted with him, apparently determined not to part company. They seem to mean mischief, said the hunter, cocking his rifle. And, in fact, they were swooping nearer, and more than one came within 50 feet of them, as if defying the firearms. By George, I'm itching to let them have it, exclaimed Kennedy. No, Dick, not now. Don't exasperate them needlessly. That would only be exciting them to attack us. But I could soon settle those fellows. You may think so, Dick, but you are wrong. Why, we have a bullet for each of them. And suppose that they were to attack the upper part of the balloon, what would you do? How would you get at them? Just imagine yourself in the presence of a troop of lions on the plain, or a school of sharks in the open ocean. For travelers in the air, this situation is just as dangerous. Are you speaking seriously, Doctor? Very seriously, Dick. Let us wait, then. Wait. Hold yourself in readiness in case of an attack, but do not fire without my orders. The birds then collected at a short distance, yet so near that their naked necks, entirely bare of feathers, could be plainly seen, as they stretched them out with the effort of their cries, while their gristly crests, garnished with a comb and gills of deep violet, stood erect with rage. They were of the very largest size, their bodies being more than 3 feet in length, and the lower surface of their white wings glittering in the sunlight. They might well have been considered winged sharks, so striking was their resemblance to those ferocious rangers of the deep. They are following us, said the doctor as he saw them ascending with him, and mount as we may, they can fly still higher. Well, what are we to do? Asked Kennedy. The doctor made no answer. Listen, Samuel, said the sportsman. There are 14 of those birds. We have 17 shots at our disposal if we discharge all our weapons. Have we not the means, then, to destroy them or disperse them? I will give a good account of some of them. I have no doubt of your skill, Dick. I look upon all as dead that may come within range of your rifle, but I repeat that, if they attack the upper part of the balloon, you could not get a sight at them. They would tear the silk covering that sustains us, and we are 3,000 feet up in the air. At this moment, one of the ferocious birds darted right at the balloon, with outstretched beak and claws, ready to rend it with either or both. Fire! Fire at once! Cried the doctor. He had scarcely ceased, ere the huge creature, stricken dead, dropped headlong, turning over and over in space as he fell. Kennedy had already grasped one of the two-barreled fowling pieces, and Joe was taking aim with another. Frightened by the report, the condors drew back for a moment, but they almost instantly returned to the charge with extreme fury. Kennedy severed the head of one from its body with his first shot, and Joe broke the wing of another. "Only 11 left," said he. Thereupon the birds changed their tactics, and by common consent soared above the balloon. Kennedy glanced at Fergusson. The latter, in spite of his imperturbability, grew pale. Then ensued a moment of terrifying silence. In the next they heard a harsh tearing noise, as of something rending the silk, and the car seemed to sink from beneath the feet of our 3 aeronauts. "We are lost!" exclaimed Fergusson, glancing at the barometer, which was now swiftly rising. "Over with the ballast!" he shouted. "Over with it!" And in a few seconds the last lumps of quartz had disappeared. "We are still falling. Empty the water tanks. Do you hear me, Joe? We are pitching into the lake." Joe obeyed. The doctor leaned over and looked out. The lake seemed to come up toward him like a rising tide. Every object around grew rapidly in size while they were looking at it. The car was not 200 feet from the surface of Lake Chad. "The provisions! The provisions!" cried the doctor, and the box containing them was launched into space. Their descent became less rapid, but the luckless aeronauts were still falling, and into the lake. "Throw out something more!" cried the doctor. "There is nothing more to throw," was Kennedy's despairing response. "Yes, there is," called Joe, and with a wave of the hand he disappeared like a flash over the edge of the car. "Joe! Joe!" exclaimed the doctor, horror-stricken. The Victoria, thus relieved, resumed her ascending motion, mounted 1,000 feet into the air, and the wind, burying itself in the disinflated covering, bore them away toward the northern part of the lake. "Lost?" exclaimed the sportsman, with a gesture of despair. "Lost to save us," responded Fergusson. And these men, intrepid as they were, felt the large tears streaming down their cheeks. They leaned over with the vain hope of seeing some trace of their heroic companion, but they were already far away from him. "What course shall we pursue?" asked Kennedy. "Alight as soon as possible, Dick, and then wait." After a sweep of some 60 miles, the Victoria halted on a desert shore, on the north of the lake. The anchors caught in a low tree and the sportsman fastened it securely. Night came, but neither Fergusson nor Kennedy could find one moment's sleep. Chapter 33. On the morrow, the 13th of May, our travelers, for the first time, reconnoitered the part of the coast on which they had landed. It was a sort of island of solid ground in the midst of an immense marsh. Around this fragment of terra firma grew reeds as lofty as trees are in Europe, and stretching away out of sight. These impenetrable swamps gave security to the position of the balloon. It was necessary to watch only the borders of the lake. The vast stretch of water broadened away from the spot, especially toward the east, and nothing could be seen on the horizon, neither mainland nor islands. The two friends had not yet ventured to speak of their recent companion. Kennedy first imparted his conjectures to the doctor. "Perhaps Joe is not lost after all," he said. "He was a skillful lad, and had few equals as a swimmer. He would find no difficulty in swimming across the Firth of Forth at Edinburgh. We shall see him again, but how and where I know not. Let us omit nothing on our part to give him the chance of rejoining us." "May God grant it as you say, Dick," replied the doctor with much emotion. "We shall do everything in the world to find our lost friend again. Let us, in the first place, see where we are. But, above all things, let us rid the Victoria of this outside covering, which is of no further use. That will relieve us of £650, a weight not to be despised, and the end is worth the trouble. The doctor and Kennedy went to work at once, but they encountered great difficulty. They had to tear the strong silk away piece by piece, and then cut it in narrow strips so as to extricate it from the meshes of the network. The tear made by the beaks of the condors was found to be several feet in length. This operation took at least 4 hours, but at length the inner balloon, once completely extricated, did not appear to have suffered in the least degree. The Victoria was thus diminished in size by 1/5, and this difference was sufficiently noticeable to excite Kennedy's surprise. "Will it be large enough?" he asked. "Have no fears on that score. I will re-establish the equilibrium, and should our poor Joe return, we shall find a way to start off with him again on our old route. At the moment of our fall, unless I am mistaken, we were not far from an island." "Yes, I recollect it," said the doctor. "But that island, like all the islands on Lake Chad, is, no doubt, inhabited by a gang of pirates and murderers. They certainly witnessed our misfortune, and should Joe fall into their hands, what will become of him unless protected by their superstitions? Oh, he's just the lad to get safely out of the scrape, I repeat. I have great confidence in his shrewdness and skill." "I hope so. Now, Dick, you may go and hunt in the neighborhood, but don't get far away whatever you do. It has become a pressing necessity for us to renew our stock of provisions, since we had to sacrifice nearly all the old lot." "Very good, Doctor. I shall not be long absent." Hereupon, Kennedy took a double-barreled fowling piece and strode through the long grass toward a thicket not far off, where the frequent sound of shooting soon let the doctor know that the sportsman was making a good use of his time. Meanwhile, Fergusson was engaged in calculating the relative weight of the articles still left in the car, and in establishing the equipoise of the second balloon. He found that there were still left some 30 pounds of pemmican, a supply of tea and coffee, about 1.5 gallons of brandy, and 1 empty water tank. All the dried meat had disappeared. The doctor was aware that, by the loss of the hydrogen in the first balloon, the essential force at his disposal was now reduced to about 900 pounds. He therefore had to count upon this difference in order to rearrange his equilibrium. The new balloon measured 67,000 cubic feet and contained 33,480 feet of gas. The dilating apparatus appeared to be in good condition, and neither the battery nor the spiral had been injured. The essential force of the new balloon was then about 3,000 pounds, and in adding together the weight of the apparatus, of the passengers, of the stock of water, of the car and its accessories, and putting aboard 50 gallons of water and 100 pounds of fresh meat, the doctor got a total weight of 2,830 pounds. He could then take with him 170 pounds of ballast for unforeseen emergencies, and the balloon would be in exact balance with the surrounding atmosphere. His arrangements were completed accordingly, and he made up for Joe's weight with a surplus of ballast. He spent the whole day in these preparations, and the latter were finished when Kennedy returned. The hunter had been successful and brought back a regular cargo of geese, wild duck, snipe, teal, and plover. He went to work at once to draw and smoke the game. Each piece, suspended on a small, thin skewer, was hung over a fire of green wood. When they seemed in good order, Kennedy, who was perfectly at home in the business, packed them away in the car. On the morrow, the hunter was to complete his supplies. Evening surprised our travelers in the midst of this work. Their supper consisted of pemmican, biscuit, and tea, and fatigue, after having given them appetite, brought them sleep. Each of them strained eyes and ears into the gloom during his watch, sometimes fancying that they heard the voice of poor Joe. But, alas, the voice that they so longed to hear was far away. At the first streak of day, the doctor aroused Kennedy. "I have been long and carefully considering what should be done," said he, "to find our companion. Whatever your plan may be, doctor, it will suit me. Speak. Above all things, it is important that Joe should hear from us in some way." Undoubtedly. Suppose the brave fellow should take it into his head that we have abandoned him. He knows us too well for that. Such a thought would never come into his mind. But he must be informed as to where we are. How can that be managed? We shall get into our car and be off again through the air. But, should the wind bear us away? Happily it will not. See, Dick, it is carrying us back to the lake, and this circumstance, which would have been vexatious yesterday, is fortunate now. Our efforts, then, will be limited to keeping ourselves above that vast sheet of water throughout the day. Joe cannot fail to see us, and his eyes will be constantly on the lookout in that direction. Perhaps he will even manage to let us know the place of his retreat. If he be alone and at liberty, he certainly will. And if a prisoner, resumed the doctor, it not being the practice of the natives to confine their captives, he will see us, and comprehend the object of our researches. But at last, put in Kennedy, for we must anticipate everything, should we find no trace, if he should have left no mark to follow him by, what are we to do? We shall endeavor to regain the northern part of the lake, keeping ourselves as much in sight as possible. There we'll wait, we'll explore the banks, we'll search the water's edge, for Joe will assuredly try to reach the shore, and we will not leave the country without having done everything to find him. Let us set out, then, said the hunter. The doctor hereupon took the exact bearings of the patch of solid land they were about to leave, and arrived at the conclusion that it lay on the north shore of Lake Chad, between the village of Laurie and the village of Ingamini, both visited by Major Denham. During this time Kennedy was completing his stock of fresh meat. Although the neighboring marshes showed traces of the rhinoceros, the lamantine or manatee, and the hippopotamus, he had no opportunity to see a single specimen of those animals. At 7 in the morning, but not without great difficulty, which to Joe would have been nothing, the balloon's anchor was detached from its hold, the gas dilated, and the new Victoria rose 200 feet into the air. It seemed to hesitate at first and went spinning around like a top, but at last a brisk current caught it, and it advanced over the lake, and was soon borne away at a speed of 20 miles per hour. The doctor continued to keep at a height of from 200 to 500 feet. Kennedy frequently discharged his rifle, and, when passing over islands, the aeronauts approached them even imprudently, scrutinizing the thickets, the bushes, the underbrush, in fine, every spot where a mass of shade or jutting rock could have afforded a retreat to their companion. They swooped down close to the long pirogues that navigated the lake, and the wild fishermen, terrified at the sight of the balloon, would plunge into the water and regain their islands with every symptom of undisguised affright. "We can see nothing," said Kennedy, after 2 hours of search. "Let us wait a little longer, Dick, and not lose heart. We cannot be far away from the scene of our accident." By 11 o'clock the balloon had gone 90 miles. It then fell in with a new current, which, blowing almost at right angles to the other, drove them eastward about 60 miles. It next floated over a very large and populous island, which the doctor took to be Far Ram, on which the capital of the Bidiomas is situated. Fergusson expected at every moment to see Joe spring up out of some thicket, flying for his life, and calling for help. Were he free, they could pick him up without trouble. Were he a prisoner, they could rescue him by repeating the maneuver they had practiced to save the missionary, and he would soon be with his friends again. But nothing was seen, not a sound was heard. The case seemed desperate. About 2:30 o'clock, the Victoria hove in sight of Tangalia, a village situated on the eastern shore of Lake Chad, where it marks the extreme point attained by Denham at the period of his exploration. The doctor became uneasy at this persistent setting of the wind in that direction, for he felt that he was being thrown back to the eastward, toward the center of Africa and the interminable deserts of that region. "We must absolutely come to a halt," said he, "and even alight. For Joe's sake, particularly, we ought to go back to the lake. But, to begin with, let us endeavor to find an opposite current." During more than an hour he searched at different altitudes. The balloon always came back toward the mainland. But at length, at the height of 1,000 feet, a very violent breeze swept to the northwestward. It was out of the question that Joe should have been detained on one of the islands of the lake, for in such case he would certainly have found means to make his presence there known. Perhaps he had been dragged to the mainland. The doctor was reasoning thus to himself, when he again came in sight of the northern shore of Lake Chad. As for supposing that Joe had been drowned, that was not to be believed for a moment. One horrible thought glanced across the minds of both Kennedy and the doctor. Cayman swarm in these waters, but neither one nor the other had the courage to distinctly communicate this impression. However, it came up to them so forcibly at last that the doctor said, without further preface, "Crocodiles are found only on the shores of the islands or of the lake, and Joe will have skill enough to avoid them. Besides, they are not very dangerous, and the Africans bathe with impunity and quite fearless of their attacks." Kennedy made no reply. He preferred keeping quiet to discussing this terrible possibility. The doctor made out the town of Laurie about 5 o'clock in the evening. The inhabitants were at work gathering in their cotton crop in front of their huts, constructed of woven reeds, and standing in the midst of clean and neatly kept enclosures. This collection of about 50 habitations occupied a slight depression of the soil, in a valley extending between two low mountains. The force of the wind carried the doctor farther onward than he wanted to go, but it changed a second time and bore him back exactly to his starting point, on the sort of enclosed island where he had passed the preceding night. The anchor, instead of catching the branches of the tree, took hold in the masses of reeds mixed with the thick mud of the marshes, which offered considerable resistance. The doctor had much difficulty in restraining the balloon, but at length the wind died away with the setting in of nightfall, and the two friends kept watch together in an almost desperate state of mind. Chapter 34. At 3 o'clock in the morning the wind was raging. It beat down with such violence that the Victoria could not stay near the ground without danger. It was thrown almost flat over upon its side, and the reeds chafed the silk so roughly that it seemed as though they would tear it. "We must be off, Dick," said the doctor. "We cannot remain in this situation." "But, doctor, what of Joe? I am not likely to abandon him." "No, indeed. And should the hurricane carry me 1,000 miles to the northward, I will return. But here we are endangering the safety of all." "Must we go without him?" asked the Scot with an accent of profound grief. "And do you think, then," rejoined Fergusson, "that my heart does not bleed like your own? Am I not merely obeying an imperious necessity?" "I am entirely at your orders," replied the hunter. "Let us start." But their departure was surrounded with unusual difficulty. The anchor, which had caught very deeply, resisted all their efforts to disengage it, while the balloon, drawing in the opposite direction, increased its tension. Kennedy could not get it free. Besides, in his present position, the maneuver had become a very perilous one, for the Victoria threatened to break away before he should be able to get into the car again. The doctor, unwilling to run such a risk, made his friend get into his place, and resigned himself to the alternative of cutting the anchor rope. The Victoria made one bound of 300 feet into the air, and took her route directly northward. Fergusson had no other choice than to scud before the storm. He folded his arms, and soon became absorbed in his own melancholy reflections. After a few moments of profound silence, he turned to Kennedy, who sat there no less taciturn. "We have, perhaps, been tempting Providence," said he. "It does not belong to man to undertake such a journey," and a sigh of grief escaped him as he spoke. "It is but a few days," replied the sportsman, "since we were congratulating ourselves upon having escaped so many dangers. All three of us were shaking hands. Poor Joe! Kindly and excellent disposition, brave and candid heart, dazzled for a moment by his sudden discovery of wealth. He willingly sacrificed his treasures, and now he is far from us, and the wind is carrying us still farther away with resistless speed. Come, doctor, admitting that he may have found refuge among the lake tribes, can he not do as the travelers who visited them before us did? Like Denham, like Barth? Both of those men got back to their own country. Ah, my dear Dick, Joe doesn't know one word of the language. He is alone, and without resources. The travelers of whom you speak did not attempt to go forward without sending many presents in advance of them to the chiefs, and surrounded by an escort armed and trained for these expeditions. Yet, they could not avoid sufferings of the worst description. What, then, can you expect the fate of our companion to be? It is horrible to think of, and this is one of the worst calamities that it has ever been my lot to endure. But we'll come back again, Doctor. Come back, Dick? Yes, if we have to abandon the balloon. If we should be forced to return to Lake Chad on foot, and put ourselves in communication with the Sultan of Bornu. The Arabs cannot have retained a disagreeable remembrance of the first Europeans. I will follow you, Doctor, replied the hunter with emphasis. You may count upon me. We would rather give up the idea of prosecuting this journey than not return. Joe forgot himself for our sake. We will sacrifice ourselves for his. This resolve revived some hope in the hearts of these two men. They felt strong in the same inspiration. Fergusson forthwith set everything at work to get into a contrary current that might bring him back again to Lake Chad. But this was impracticable at that moment, and even to alight was out of the question on ground completely bare of trees, and with such a hurricane blowing. The Victoria thus passed over the country of the Tibis, crossed the Balad el Jared, a desert of briars that forms the border of the Sudan, and advanced into the desert of sand streaked with the long tracks of the many caravans that pass and repass there. The last line of vegetation was speedily lost in the dim southern horizon, not far from the principal oasis in this part of Africa, whose 50 wells are shaded by magnificent trees. But it was impossible to stop. An Arab encampment, tents of striped stuff, some camels, stretching out their viper-like heads and necks along the sand, gave life to this solitude, but the Victoria sped by like a shooting star, and in this way traversed a distance of 60 miles in 3 hours, without Fergusson being able to check or guide her course. We cannot halt, we cannot alight, said the doctor. Not a tree, not an inequality of the ground. Are we then to be driven clear across Sahara? Surely, heaven is indeed against us. He was uttering these words with a sort of despairing rage, when suddenly he saw the desert sands rising aloft in the midst of a dense cloud of dust, and go whirling through the air, impelled by opposing currents. Amid this tornado, an entire caravan, disorganized, broken, and overthrown, was disappearing beneath an avalanche of sand. The camels, flung pell-mell together, were uttering dull and pitiful groans. Cries and howls of despair were heard issuing from that dusty and stifling cloud, and, from time to time, a party-colored garment cut the chaos of the scene with its vivid hues, and the moaning and shrieking sounded over all, a terrible accompaniment to this spectacle of destruction. Ere long the sand had accumulated in compact masses, and there, where so recently stretched a level plain as far as the eye could see, rose now a ridgy line of hillocks, still moving from beneath, the vast tomb of an entire caravan. The doctor and Kennedy, pallid with emotion, sat transfixed by this fearful spectacle. They could no longer manage their balloon, which went whirling round and round in contending currents, and refused to obey the different dilations of the gas. Caught in these eddies of the atmosphere, it spun about with a rapidity that made their heads reel, while the car oscillated and swung to and fro violently at the same time. The instruments suspended under the awning clattered together as though they would be dashed to pieces. The pipes of the spiral bent to and fro, threatening to break at every instant, and the water tanks jostled and jarred with tremendous din. Although but 2 feet apart, our aeronauts could not hear each other speak, but with firmly clenched hands they clung convulsively to the cordage and endeavored to steady themselves against the fury of the tempest. Kennedy, with his hair blown wildly about his face, looked on without speaking. But the doctor had regained all his daring in the midst of this deadly peril, and not a sign of his emotion was betrayed in his countenance, even when, after a last violent twirl, the Victoria stopped suddenly in the midst of a most unlooked-for calm. The north wind had abruptly got the upper hand, and now drove her back with equal rapidity over the route she had traversed in the morning. "Whither are we going now?" cried Kennedy. "Let us leave that to Providence, my dear Dick. I was wrong in doubting it. It knows better than we, and here we are, returning to places that we had expected never to see again." The surface of the country, which had looked so flat and level when they were coming, now seemed tossed and uneven, like the ocean billows after a storm. A long succession of hillocks, that had scarcely settled to their places yet, indented the desert. The wind blew furiously, and the balloon fairly flew through the atmosphere. The direction taken by our aeronauts differed somewhat from that of the morning, and thus about 9 o'clock, instead of finding themselves again near the borders of Lake Chad, they saw the desert still stretching away before them. Kennedy remarked the circumstance. "It matters little," replied the doctor. "The important point is to return southward. We shall come across the towns of Bornu, Woody, or Kuka, and I should not hesitate to halt there." "If you are satisfied, I am content," replied the Scot. "But heaven grant that we may not be reduced to cross the desert, as those unfortunate Arabs had to do. What we saw was frightful. It often happens, Dick. These trips across the desert are far more perilous than those across the ocean. The desert has all the dangers of the sea, including the risk of being swallowed up, and added thereto are unendurable fatigues and privations. I think the wind shows some symptoms of moderating. The sand dust is less dense, the undulations of the surface are diminishing, and the sky is growing clearer. So much the better. We must now reconnoiter attentively with our glasses, and take care not to omit a single point. I will look out for that, doctor, and not a tree shall be seen without my informing you of it." And, suiting the action to the word, Kennedy took his station, spyglass in hand, at the forward part of the car. Chapter 35. What had become of Joe, while his master was thus vainly seeking for him? When he had dashed headlong into the lake, his first movement on coming to the surface was to raise his eyes and look upward. He saw the Victoria already risen far above the water, still rapidly ascending and growing smaller and smaller. It was soon caught in a rapid current and disappeared to the northward. His master, both his friends were saved. How lucky it was, thought he, that I had that idea to throw myself out into the lake. Mr. Kennedy would soon have jumped at it, and he would not have hesitated to do as I did, for nothing's more natural than for one man to give himself up to save 2 others. That's mathematics. Satisfied on this point, Joe began to think of himself. He was in the middle of a vast lake, surrounded by tribes unknown to him, and probably ferocious. All the greater reason why he should get out of the scrape by depending only on himself. And so he gave himself no farther concern about it. Before the attack by the birds of prey, which, according to him, had behaved like real condors, he had noticed an island on the horizon, and determining to reach it, if possible, he put forth all his knowledge and skill in the art of swimming, after having relieved himself of the most troublesome part of his clothing. The idea of a stretch of 5 or 6 miles by no means disconcerted him, and therefore, so long as he was in the open lake, he thought only of striking out straight ahead and manfully. In about an hour and a half the distance between him and the island had greatly diminished. But as he approached the land, a thought, at first fleeting and then tenacious, arose in his mind. He knew that the shores of the lake were frequented by huge alligators, and was well aware of the veracity of those monsters. Now, no matter how much he was inclined to find everything in this world quite natural, the worthy fellow was no little disturbed by this reflection. He feared greatly lest white flesh like his might be particularly acceptable to the dreaded brutes, and advanced only with extreme precaution, his eyes on the alert on both sides and all around him. At length, he was not more than 100 yards from a bank, covered with green trees, when a puff of air strongly impregnated with a musky odor reached him. "There," said he to himself, "just what I expected. The crocodile isn't far off." With this he dived swiftly, but not sufficiently so to avoid coming into contact with an enormous body, the scaly surface of which scratched him as he passed. He thought himself lost and swam with desperate energy. Then he rose again to the top of the water, took breath and dived once more. Thus passed a few minutes of unspeakable anguish, which all his philosophy could not overcome, for he thought, all the while, that he heard behind him the sound of those huge jaws ready to snap him up forever. In this state of mind he was striking out under the water as noiselessly as possible when he felt himself seized by the arm and then by the waist. Poor Joe! He gave one last thought to his master, and began to struggle with all the energy of despair, feeling himself the while drawn along, but not toward the bottom of the lake, as is the habit of the crocodile when about to devour its prey, but toward the surface. So soon as he could get breath and look around him, he saw that he was between two natives as black as ebony, who held him with a firm grip and uttered strange cries. "Ha!" said Joe. "Blacks instead of crocodiles. Well, I prefer it as it is. But how in the mischief dare these fellows go in bathing in such places?" Joe was not aware that the inhabitants of the islands of Lake Chad, like many other Negro tribes, plunge with impunity into sheets of water infested with crocodiles and caimans, and without troubling their heads about them. The amphibious denizens of this lake enjoy the well-deserved reputation of being quite inoffensive. But had not Joe escaped one peril only to fall into another? That was a question which he left events to decide, and, since he could not do otherwise, he allowed himself to be conducted to the shore without manifesting any alarm. Evidently, thought he, these chaps saw the Victoria skimming the waters of the lake, like a monster of the air. They were the distant witnesses of my tumble, and they can't fail to have some respect for a man that fell from the sky. Let them have their own way, then. Joe was at this stage of his meditations, when he was landed amid a yelling crowd of both sexes, and all ages and sizes, but not of all colors. In fine, he was surrounded by a tribe of bidiomas as black as jet. Nor had he to blush for the scantiness of his costume, for he saw that he was in undress in the highest style of that country. But before he had time to form an exact idea of the situation, there was no mistaking the agitation of which he instantly became the object, and this soon enabled him to pluck up courage, although the adventure of Kaze did come back rather vividly to his memory. "I foresee that they are going to make a god of me again," thought he. "Some son of the moon most likely. Well, one trades as good as another when a man has no choice. The main thing is to gain time. Should the Victoria pass this way again, I'll take advantage of my new position to treat my worshippers here to a miracle when I go sailing up into the sky." While Joe's thoughts were running thus, the throng pressed around him. They prostrated themselves before him. They howled. They felt him. They became even annoyingly familiar, but at the same time they had the consideration to offer him a superb banquet consisting of sour milk and rice pounded in honey. The worthy fellow, making the best of everything, took one of the heartiest luncheons he ever ate in his life, and gave his new adorers an exalted idea of how the gods tuck away their food upon grand occasions. When evening came, the sorcerers of the island took him respectfully by the hand, and conducted him to a sort of house surrounded with talismans. But, as he was entering it, Joe cast an uneasy look at the heaps of human bones that lay scattered around the sanctuary. But he had still more time to think about them when he found himself at last shut up in the cabin. During the evening and through a part of the night, he heard festive chantings, the reverberations of a kind of drum, and a clatter of old iron, which were very sweet, no doubt, to African ears. Then there were howling choruses, accompanied by endless dances by gangs of natives who circled round and round the sacred hut with contortions and grimaces. Joe could catch the sound of this deafening orchestra through the mud and reeds of which his cabin was built, and perhaps under other circumstances he might have been amused by these strange ceremonies. But his mind was soon disturbed by quite different and less agreeable reflections. Even looking at the bright side of things, he found it both stupid and sad to be left alone in the midst of this savage country and among these wild tribes. Few travelers who had penetrated to these regions had ever again seen their native land. Moreover, could he trust to the worship of which he saw himself the object? He had good reason to believe in the vanity of human greatness, and he asked himself whether, in this country, adoration did not sometimes go to the length of eating the object adored. But, notwithstanding this rather perplexing prospect, after some hours of meditation, fatigue got the better of his gloomy thoughts, and Joe fell into a profound slumber, which would have lasted no doubt until sunrise, had not a very unexpected sensation of dampness awakened the sleeper. Ere long this dampness became water, and that water gained so rapidly that it had soon mounted to Joe's waist. "What can this be?" said he. "A flood, a waterspout, or a new torture invented by these blacks? Faith, though, I'm not going to wait here till it's up to my neck." And so saying, he burst through the frail wall with a jog of his powerful shoulder, and found himself, where? In the open lake. Island there was none. It had sunk during the night. In its place, the watery immensity of Lake Chad. "A poor country for the landowners," said Joe, once more vigorously resorting to his skill in the art of natation. One of those phenomena, which are by no means unusual on Lake Chad, had liberated our brave Joe. More than one island, that previously seemed to have the solidity of rock, has been submerged in this way, and the people living along the shores of the mainland have had to pick up the unfortunate survivors of these terrible catastrophes. Joe knew nothing about this peculiarity of the region, but he was none the less ready to profit by it. He caught sight of a boat drifting about, without occupants, and was soon aboard of it. He found it to be but the trunk of a tree rudely hollowed out, but there were a couple of paddles in it, and Joe, availing himself of a rapid current, allowed his craft to float along. "But let us see where we are," he said. "The polar star there, that does its work honorably in pointing out the direction due north to everybody else, will, most likely, do me that service." He discovered, with satisfaction, that the current was taking him toward the northern shore of the lake, and he allowed himself to glide with it. About 2 o'clock in the morning he disembarked upon a promontory covered with prickly reeds, that proved very provoking and inconvenient even to a philosopher like him. But a tree grew there expressly to offer him a bed among its branches, and Joe climbed up into it for greater security, and there, without sleeping much, however, awaited the dawn of day. When morning had come with that suddenness which is peculiar to the equatorial regions, Joe cast a glance at the tree which had sheltered him during the last few hours, and beheld a sight that chilled the marrow in his bones. The branches of the tree were literally covered with snakes and chameleons. The foliage actually was hidden beneath their coils, so that the beholder might have fancied that he saw before him a new kind of tree that bore reptiles for its leaves and fruit. And all this horrible living mass writhed and twisted in the first rays of the morning sun. Joe experienced a keen sensation or terror mingled with disgust as he looked at it, and he leaped precipitately from the tree amid the hissings of these new and unwelcome bedfellows. "Now, there's something that I would never have believed," said he. He was not aware that Dr. Vogel's last letters had made known this singular feature of the shores of Lake Chad, where reptiles are more numerous than in any other part of the world. But after what he had just seen, Joe determined to be more circumspect for the future, and, taking his bearings by the sun, he set off afoot toward the northeast, avoiding with the utmost care cabins, huts, hovels, and dens of every description that might serve in any manner as a shelter for human beings. How often his gaze was turned upward to the sky! He hoped to catch a glimpse each time of the Victoria, and although he looked vainly during all that long, fatiguing day of sore-foot travel, his confident reliance on his master remained undiminished. Great energy of character was needed to enable him thus to sustain the situation with philosophy. Hunger conspired with fatigue to crush him, for a man's system is not greatly restored and fortified by a diet of roots, the pith of plants such as the melee or the fruit of the doom palm tree. And yet, according to his own calculations, Joe was enabled to push on about 20 miles to the westward. His body bore in scores of places the marks of the thorns with which the lake reeds, the acacias, the mimosas, and other wild shrubbery through which he had to force his way are thickly studded, and his torn and bleeding feet rendered walking both painful and difficult. But at length he managed to react against all these sufferings, and when evening came again, he resolved to pass the night on the shores of Lake Chad. There he had to endure the bites of myriads of insects. Gnats, mosquitoes, ants half an inch long, literally covered the ground, and in less than 2 hours, Joe had not a rag remaining of the garments that had covered him, the insects having devoured them. It was a terrible night that did not yield our exhausted traveler an hour of sleep. During all this time the wild boars and native buffaloes, reinforced by the ajube, a very dangerous species of lamantine, carried on their ferocious revels in the bushes and under the waters of the lake, filling the night with a hideous concert. Joe dared scarcely breathe. Even his courage and coolness had hard work to bear up against so terrible a situation. At length, day came again, and Joe sprang to his feet precipitately. But judge of the loathing he felt when he saw what species of creature had shared his couch. A toad! But a toad 5 inches in length, a monstrous, repulsive specimen of vermin that sat there staring at him with huge round eyes. Joe felt his stomach revolt at the sight, and, regaining a little strength from the intensity of his repugnance, he rushed at the top of his speed and plunged into the lake. This sudden bath somewhat allayed the pangs of the itching that tortured his whole body, and, chewing a few leaves, he set forth resolutely, again feeling an obstinate resolution in the act, for which he could hardly account even to his own mind. He no longer seemed to have entire control of his own acts, and, nevertheless, he felt within him a strength superior to despair. However, he began now to suffer terribly from hunger. His stomach, less resigned than he was, rebelled, and he was obliged to fasten a tendril of wild vine tightly about his waist. Fortunately, he could quench his thirst at any moment, and, in recalling the sufferings he had undergone in the desert, he experienced comparative relief in his exemption from that other distressing want. What can have become of the Victoria? He wondered. The wind blows from the north, and she should be carried back by it toward the lake. No doubt the doctor has gone to work to right her balance, but yesterday would have given him time enough for that, so that may be today. But I must act just as if I was never to see him again. After all, if I only get to one of the large towns on the lake, I'll find myself no worse off than the travelers my master used to talk about. Why shouldn't I work my way out of the scrape as well as they did? Some of them got back home again. Come then, the deuce! Cheer up, my boy! Thus talking to himself and walking on rapidly, Joe came right upon a horde of natives in the very depths of the forest. But he halted in time and was not seen by them. The Negroes were busy poisoning arrows with the juice of the euphorbium, a piece of work deemed a great affair among these savage tribes, and carried on with a sort of ceremonial solemnity. Joe, entirely motionless and even holding his breath, was keeping himself concealed in a thicket, when, happening to raise his eyes, he saw through an opening in the foliage the welcome apparition of the balloon, the Victoria herself, moving toward the lake at a height of only about 100 feet above him. But he could not make himself heard. He dared not, could not make his friends even see him. Tears came to his eyes, not of grief but of thankfulness. His master was then seeking him. His master had not left him to perish. He would have to wait for the departure of the blacks. Then he could quit his hiding place and run toward the borders of Lake Chad. But by this time the Victoria was disappearing in the distant sky. Joe still determined to wait for her. She would come back again, undoubtedly. She did, indeed, return, but farther to the eastward. Joe ran, gesticulated, shouted, but all in vain. A strong breeze was sweeping the balloon away with a speed that deprived him of all hope. For the first time, energy and confidence abandoned the heart of the unfortunate man. He saw that he was lost. He thought his master gone beyond all prospect of return. He dared no longer think. He would no longer reflect. Like a crazy man, his feet bleeding, his body cut and torn, he walked on during all that day and a part of the next night. He even dragged himself along, sometimes on his knees, sometimes with his hands. He saw the moment nigh when all his strength would fail, and nothing would be left to him but to sink upon the ground and die. Thus, working his way along, he at length found himself close to a marsh, or what he knew would soon become a marsh, for night had set in some hours before, and he fell by a sudden misstep into a thick, clinging mire. In spite of all his efforts, in spite of his desperate struggles, he felt himself sinking gradually in the swampy ooze, and in a few minutes he was buried to his waist. Here, then, at last is death, he thought, in agony. And what a death! He now began to struggle again like a madman, but his efforts only served to bury him deeper in the tomb that the poor doomed lad was hollowing for himself. Not a log of wood or a branch to buoy him up, not a reed to which he might cling. He felt that all was over. His eyes convulsively closed. "Master! Master! Help!" were his last words. But his voice, despairing, unaided, half stifled already by the rising mire, died away feebly on the night. Chapter 36. From the moment when Kennedy resumed his post of observation in the front of the car, he had not ceased to watch the horizon with his utmost attention. After the lapse of some time he turned toward the doctor and said, "If I am not greatly mistaken, I can see, off yonder in the distance, a throng of men or animals moving. It is impossible to make them out yet, but I observe that they are in violent motion, for they are raising a great cloud of dust." "May it not be another contrary breeze?" said the doctor. "Another whirlwind coming to drive us back northward again?" And while speaking he stood up to examine the horizon. "I think not, Samuel. It is a troop of gazelles or of wild oxen." "Perhaps so, Dick. But yon throng is some 9 or 10 miles from us at least, and on my part, even with the glass, I can make nothing of it. At all events, I shall not lose sight of it. There is something remarkable about it that excites my curiosity. Sometimes it looks like a body of cavalry maneuvering. Ah, I was not mistaken. It is, indeed, a squadron of horsemen. Look! Look there!" The doctor eyed the group with great attention, and, after a moment's pause, remarked, "I believe that you are right. It is a detachment of Arabs or Tibis, and they are galloping in the same direction with us, as though in flight, but we are going faster than they, and we are rapidly gaining on them. In half an hour we shall be near enough to see them and know what they are." Kennedy had again lifted his glass and was attentively scrutinizing them. Meanwhile the crowd of horsemen was becoming more distinctly visible, and a few were seen to detach themselves from the main body. "It is some hunting maneuver, evidently," said Kennedy. "Those fellows seem to be in pursuit of something." I would like to know what they are about. Patience, Dick. In a little while we shall overtake them, if they continue on the same route. We are going at the rate of 20 miles per hour, and no horse can keep up with that. Kennedy again raised his glass, and a few minutes later he exclaimed, "They are Arabs galloping at the top of their speed. I can make them out distinctly. They are about 50 in number. I can see their bournaces puffed out by the wind. It is some cavalry exercise that they are going through. Their chief is 100 paces ahead of them, and they are rushing after him at headlong speed. Whoever they may be, Dick, they are not to be feared, and then, if necessary, we can go higher." "Wait, Doctor, wait a little. It's curious," said Kennedy again, after a brief pause. "But there's something going on that I can't exactly explain. By the efforts they make and the irregularity of their line, I should fancy that those Arabs are pursuing someone instead of following." "Are you certain of that, Dick?" "Oh, yes, it's clear enough now. I am right. It is a pursuit, a hunt, but a manhunt. That is not their chief riding ahead of them, but a fugitive." "A fugitive!" exclaimed the doctor, growing more and more interested. "Yes, don't lose sight of him, and let us wait." 3 or 4 miles more were quickly gained upon these horsemen, who nevertheless were dashing onward with incredible speed. "Doctor! Doctor!" shouted Kennedy in an agitated voice. "What is the matter, Dick? Is it an illusion? Can it be possible? What do you mean?" "Wait!" And so saying, the Scot wiped the sights of his spyglass carefully, and looked through it again intently. "Well?" questioned the doctor. "It is he, Doctor." "He!" exclaimed Fergusson with emotion. "It is he. No other." And it was needless to pronounce the name. "Yes, it is he, on horseback and only 100 paces in advance of his enemies. He is pursued. It is Joe himself," cried the doctor, turning pale. "He cannot see us in his flight." "He will see us, though," said the doctor, lowering the flame of his blowpipe. "But how? In 5 minutes we shall be within 50 feet of the ground, and in 15 we shall be right over him. We must let him know it by firing a gun. No, he can't turn back to come this way. He's headed off. What shall we do then? We must wait. Wait? And these Arabs? We shall overtake them. We'll pass them. We are not more than 2 miles from them, and provided that Joe's horse holds out." "Great God!" exclaimed Kennedy suddenly. "What is the matter?" Kennedy had uttered a cry of despair as he saw Joe fling himself to the ground. His horse, evidently exhausted, had just fallen headlong. "He sees us!" cried the doctor. "And he motions to us as he gets upon his feet. But the Arabs will overtake him. What is he waiting for? Ah, the brave lad! Huzzah!" shouted the sportsman, who could no longer restrain his feelings. Joe, who had immediately sprung up after his fall, just as one of the swiftest horsemen rushed upon him, bounded like a panther, avoided his assailant by leaping to one side, jumped up behind him on the crupper, seized the Arab by the throat, and strangling him with his sinewy hands and fingers of steel, flung him on the sand, and continued his headlong flight. A tremendous howl was heard from the Arabs, but, completely engrossed by the pursuit, they had not taken notice of the balloon, which was now but 500 paces behind them, and only about 30 feet from the ground. On their part, they were not 20 lengths of their horses from the fugitive. One of them was very perceptibly gaining on Joe, and was about to pierce him with his lance, when Kennedy, with fixed eye and steady hand, stopped him short with a ball that hurled him to the earth. Joe did not even turn his head at the report. Some of the horsemen reined in their barbs, and fell on their faces in the dust as they caught sight of the Victoria. The rest continued their pursuit. "But what is Joe about?" said Kennedy. He don't stop. He's doing better than that, Dick. I understand him. He's keeping on in the same direction as the balloon. He relies upon our intelligence. Ah, the noble fellow. We'll carry him off in the very teeth of those Arab rascals. We are not more than 200 paces from him. What are we to do? Asked Kennedy. Lay aside your rifle, Dick. And the Scot obeyed the request at once. Do you think that you can hold 150 pounds of ballast in your arms? More than that. No, that will be enough. And the doctor proceeded to pile up bags of sand in Kennedy's arms. Hold yourself in readiness in the back part of the car, and be prepared to throw out that ballast at a single effort. But, for your life, don't do so until I give the word. Be easy on that point. Otherwise, we should miss Joe, and he would be lost. Count upon me. The Victoria at that moment almost commanded the troop of horsemen who were still desperately urging their steeds at Joe's heels. The doctor, standing in the front of the car, held the ladder clear, ready to throw it at any moment. Meanwhile, Joe had still maintained the distance between himself and his pursuers, say about 50 feet. The Victoria was now ahead of the party. "Attention!" exclaimed the doctor to Kennedy. "I'm ready. Joe, look out for yourself!" shouted the doctor in his sonorous, ringing voice as he flung out the ladder, the lowest ratlins of which tossed up the dust of the road. As the doctor shouted, Joe had turned his head, but without checking his horse. The ladder dropped close to him, and at the instant he grasped it, the doctor again shouted to Kennedy, "Throw ballast! It's done!" And the Victoria, lightened by a weight greater than Joe's, shot up 150 feet into the air. Joe clung with all his strength to the ladder during the wide oscillations that it had to describe, and then making an indescribable gesture to the Arabs, and climbing with the agility of a monkey, he sprang up to his companions, who received him with open arms. The Arabs uttered a scream of astonishment and rage. The fugitive had been snatched from them on the wing, and the Victoria was rapidly speeding far beyond their reach. "Master! Kennedy!" ejaculated Joe, and overwhelmed, at last, with fatigue and emotion, the poor fellow fainted away, while Kennedy, almost beside himself, kept exclaiming, "Saved, saved! Saved indeed!" murmured the doctor, who had recovered all his phlegmatic coolness. Joe was almost naked. His bleeding arms, his body covered with cuts and bruises, told what his sufferings had been. The doctor quietly dressed his wounds, and laid him comfortably under the awning. Joe soon returned to consciousness, and asked for a glass of brandy, which the doctor did not see fit to refuse, as the faithful fellow had to be indulged. After he had swallowed the stimulant, Joe grasped the hands of his two friends, and announced that he was ready to relate what had happened to him. But they would not allow him to talk at that time, and he sank back into a profound sleep, of which he seemed to have the greatest possible need. The Victoria was then taking an oblique line to the westward. Driven by a tempestuous wind, it again approached the borders of the thorny desert, which the travelers descried over the tops of palm trees, bent and broken by the storm, and after having made a run of 200 miles since rescuing Joe, it passed the 10th degree of east longitude about nightfall. Chapter 37. During the night the wind lulled as though reposing after the boisterousness of the day, and the Victoria remained quietly at the top of the tall sycamore. The doctor and Kennedy kept watch by turns, and Joe availed himself of the chance to sleep most sturdily for 24 hours at a stretch. "That's the remedy he needs," said Dr. Fergusson. "Nature will take charge of his care." With the dawn the wind sprang up again in quite strong, and moreover capricious gusts. It shifted abruptly from south to north, but finally the Victoria was carried away by it toward the west. The doctor, map in hand, recognized the kingdom of Damergu, an undulating region of great fertility, in which the huts that compose the villages are constructed of long reeds interwoven with branches of the asclepia. The grain mills were seen raised in the cultivated fields, upon small scaffoldings or platforms, to keep them out of the reach of the mice and the huge ants of that country. They soon passed the town of Zinder, recognized by its spacious place of execution, in the center of which stands the tree of death. At its foot the executioner stands waiting, and whoever passes beneath its shadow is immediately hung. Upon consulting his compass, Kennedy could not refrain from saying, "Look, we are again moving northward. No matter, if it only takes us to Timbuktu, we shall not complain." Never was a finer voyage accomplished under better circumstances. "Nor in better health," said Joe, at that instant thrusting his jolly countenance from between the curtains of the awning. "There he is. There's our gallant friend, our preserver," exclaimed Kennedy, cordially. "How goes it, Joe?" "Oh, why, naturally enough, Mr. Kennedy, very naturally. I never felt better in my life. Nothing sets a man up like a little pleasure trip with a bath in Lake Chad to start on." Doctor?" "Brave fellow," said Fergusson, pressing Joe's hand. "What terrible anxiety you caused us." "Humph! And you, sir? Do you think that I felt easy in my mind about you, gentlemen? You gave me a fine fright. Let me tell you, we shall never agree in the world, Joe, if you take things in that style." "I see that his tumble hasn't changed him a bit," added Kennedy. "Your devotion and self-forgetfulness were sublime, my brave lad, and they saved us, for the Victoria was falling into the lake, and once there, nobody could have extricated her. But if my devotion, as you are pleased to call my Somerset, saved you, did it not save me too? For here we are, all three of us, in first-rate health. Consequently, we have nothing to squabble about in the whole affair." "Oh, we can never come to a settlement with that youth," said the sportsman. "The best way to settle it," replied Joe, "is to say nothing more about the matter. What's done is done. Good or bad, we can't take it back." "You obstinate fellow," said the doctor, laughing. "You can't refuse, though, to tell us your adventures at all events. Not if you think it worthwhile. But, in the first place, I'm going to cook this fat goose to a turn, for I see that Mr. Kennedy has not wasted his time." "All right, Joe. Well, let us see then how this African game will sit on a European stomach." The goose was soon roasted by the flame of the blowpipe, and not long afterward was comfortably stowed away. Joe took his own good share, like a man who had eaten nothing for several days. After the tea and the punch, he acquainted his friends with his recent adventures. He spoke with some emotion, even while looking at things with his usual philosophy. The doctor could not refrain from frequently pressing his hand when he saw his worthy servant more considerate of his master's safety than of his own, and, in relation to the sinking of the island of the Bidiomas, he explained to him the frequency of this phenomenon upon Lake Chad. At length Joe, continuing his recital, arrived at the point where, sinking in the swamp, he had uttered a last cry of despair. "I thought I was gone," said he, "and as you came right into my mind, I made a hard fight for it. How, I couldn't tell you, but I'd made up my mind that I wouldn't go under without knowing why. Just then I saw, 2 or 3 feet from me, what do you think? The end of a rope that had been fresh cut. So I took leave to make another jerk, and by hook or by crook I got to the rope. When I pulled, it didn't give. So I pulled again and hauled away, and there I was on dry ground. At the end of the rope, I found an anchor. Ah, master, I've a right to call that the anchor of safety anyhow, if you have no objection. I knew it again. It was the anchor of the Victoria. You had grounded there. So I followed the direction of the rope, and that gave me your direction, and, after trying hard a few times more, I got out of the swamp. I had got my strength back with my spunk, and I walked on part of the night away from the lake, until I got to the edge of a very big wood. There I saw a fenced-in place, where some horses were grazing, without thinking of any harm. Now, there are times when everybody knows how to ride a horse, are there not, Doctor? So I didn't spend much time thinking about it, but jumped right on the back of one of those innocent animals, and away we went galloping north as fast as our legs could carry us. I needn't tell you about the towns that I didn't see nor the villages that I took good care to go around. No, I crossed the plowed fields. I leaped the hedges. I scrambled over the fences. I dug my heels into my nag. I thrashed him. I fairly lifted the poor fellow off his feet. At last I got to the end of the tilled land. Good. There was the desert. That suits me, said I, for I can see better ahead of me and farther too. I was hoping all the time to see the balloon tacking about and waiting for me, but not a bit of it. And so, in about 3 hours I go plump like a fool into a camp of Arabs. Phew! What a hunt that was! You see, Mr. Kennedy, a hunter don't know what a real hunt is until he's been hunted himself. Still, I advise him not to try it if he can keep out of it. My horse was so tired, he was ready to drop off his legs. They were close on me. I threw myself to the ground. Then I jumped up again behind an Arab. I didn't mean the fellow any harm, and I hope he has no grudge against me for choking him, but I saw you, and you know the rest. The Victoria came on at my heels, and you caught me up flying, as a circus rider does a ring. Wasn't I right in counting on you? Now, Doctor, you see how simple all that was. Nothing more natural in the world. I'm ready to begin over again, if it would be of any service to you. And besides, Master, as I said a while ago, it's not worth mentioning. My noble, gallant Joe, said the doctor with great feeling. Heart of gold, we were not astray in trusting to your intelligence and skill. Poe, Doctor, one has only just to follow things along as they happen, and he can always work his way out of a scrape. The safest plan, you see, is to take matters as they come. While Joe was telling his experience, the balloon had rapidly passed over a long reach of country, and Kennedy soon pointed out on the horizon a collection of structures that looked like a town. The doctor glanced at his map and recognized the place as the large village of Tajalai, in the Damergu country. Here, said he, we come upon Dr. Barth's route. It was at this place that he parted from his companions, Richardson and Overweg. The first was to follow the Zinder route, and the second that of Maradi. And you may remember that, of these 3 travelers, Barth was the only one who ever returned to Europe. Then, said Kennedy, following out on the map the direction of the Victoria, we are going due north. Due north, Dick. And don't that give you a little uneasiness? Why should it? Because that line leads to Tripoli and over the great desert. Oh, we shall not go so far as that, my friend. At least I hope not. But where do you expect to halt? Come, Dick. Don't you feel some curiosity to see Timbuktu? Timbuktu. Certainly, said Joe. Nobody nowadays can think of making the trip to Africa without going to see Timbuktu. You will be only the 5th or 6th European who has ever set eyes on that mysterious city. Ho, then, for Timbuktu. Well, then, let us try to get as far as between the 17th and 18th degrees of north latitude, and there we will seek a favorable wind to carry us westward. Good, said the hunter. But have we still far to go to the northward? 150 miles at least. In that case, said Kennedy, I'll turn in and sleep a bit. Sleep, sir. Sleep, urged Joe. And you, Doctor, do the same yourself. You must have need of rest, for I made you keep watch a little out of time. The sportsman stretched himself under the awning. But Fergusson, who was not easily conquered by fatigue, remained at his post. In about 3 hours the Victoria was crossing with extreme rapidity an expanse of stony country, with ranges of lofty, naked mountains of granitic formation at the base. A few isolated peaks attained the height of even 4,000 feet. Giraffes, antelopes, and ostriches were seen running and bounding with marvelous agility in the midst of forests of acacias, mimosas, suas, and date trees. After the barrenness of the desert, vegetation was now resuming its empire. This was the country of the Kailuas, who veil their faces with a bandage of cotton, like their dangerous neighbors, the Tuaregs. At 10 o'clock in the evening, after a splendid trip of 250 miles, the Victoria halted over an important town. The moonlight revealed glimpses of one district half in ruins, and some pinnacles of mosques and minarets shot up here and there, glistening in the silvery rays. The doctor took a stellar observation and discovered that he was in the latitude of Agades. This city, once the seat of an immense trade, was already falling into ruin when Dr. Barth visited it. The Victoria, not being seen in the obscurity of night, descended about 2 miles above Agades, in a field of millet. The night was calm and began to break into dawn about 3 o'clock a.m., while a light wind coaxed the balloon westward, and even a little toward the south. Dr. Fergusson hastened to avail himself of such good fortune, and rapidly ascending resumed his aerial journey amid a long wake of golden morning sunshine. Chapter 38. The 17th of May passed tranquilly without any remarkable incident. The desert gained upon them once more. A moderate wind bore the Victoria toward the southwest, and she never swerved to the right or to the left, but her shadow traced a perfectly straight line on the sand. Before starting, the doctor had prudently renewed his stock of water, having feared that he should not be able to touch ground in these regions, infested as they are by the Aeoluminian Tuaregs. The plateau, at an elevation of 1,800 feet above the level of the sea, sloped down toward the south. Our travelers, having crossed the Agades route at Merzuk, a route often pressed by the feet of camels, arrived that evening, in the 16th degree of north latitude, and 4 degrees 55 minutes east longitude, after having passed over 180 miles of a long and monotonous day's journey. During the day Joe dressed the last pieces of game, which had been only hastily prepared, and he served up for supper a mess of snipe that were greatly relished. The wind continuing good, the doctor resolved to keep on during the night, the moon, still nearly at the full, illumining it with her radiance. The Victoria ascended to a height of 500 feet, and, during her nocturnal trip of about 60 miles, the gentle slumbers of an infant would not have been disturbed by her motion. On Sunday morning, the direction of the wind again changed, and it bore to the northwestward. A few crows were seen sweeping through the air, and, off on the horizon, a flock of vultures which, fortunately, however, kept at a distance. The sight of these birds led Joe to compliment his master on the idea of having 2 balloons. "Where would we be," said he, "with only 1 balloon? The second balloon is like the lifeboat to a ship. In case of wreck, we could always take to it and escape." "You are right, friend Joe," said the doctor, "only that my lifeboat gives me some uneasiness. It is not so good as the main craft." "What do you mean by that, doctor?" asked Kennedy. "I mean to say that the new Victoria is not so good as the old one. Whether it be that the stuff it is made of is too much worn, or that the heat of the spiral has melted the gutta percha, I can observe a certain loss of gas. It don't amount to much thus far, but still it is noticeable. We have a tendency to sink, and, in order to keep our elevation, I am compelled to give greater dilation to the hydrogen." "The deuce!" exclaimed Kennedy with concern. "I see no remedy for that." "There is none, Dick, and that is why we must hasten our progress, and even avoid night halts." "Are we still far from the coast?" asked Joe. "Which coast, my boy? How are we to know whither chance will carry us? All that I can say is that Timbuktu is still about 400 miles to the westward." "And how long will it take us to get there?" "Should the wind not carry us too far out of the way, I hope to reach that city by Tuesday evening. Then, remarked Joe, pointing to a long file of animals and men winding across the open desert. "We shall arrive there sooner than that caravan." Fergusson and Kennedy leaned over and saw an immense cavalcade. There were at least 150 camels of the kind that, for 12 mutkals of gold, or about $25, go from Timbuktu to Tafilet with a load of 500 pounds upon their backs. Each animal had dangling to its tail a bag to receive its excrement, the only fuel on which the caravans can depend when crossing the desert. These Tuareg camels are of the very best race. They can go from 3 to 7 days without drinking, and for 2 without eating. Their speed surpasses that of the horse, and they obey with intelligence the voice of the kabir, or guide of the caravan. They are known in the country under the name of Mahari. Such were the details given by the doctor while his companions continued to gaze upon that multitude of men, women, and children, advancing on foot and with difficulty over a waste of sand half in motion, and scarcely kept in its place by scanty nettles, withered grass, and stunted bushes that grew upon it. The wind obliterated the marks of their feet almost instantly. Joe inquired how the Arabs managed to guide themselves across the desert, and come to the few wells scattered far between throughout this vast solitude. "The Arabs," replied Dr. Fergusson, "are endowed by nature with a wonderful instinct in finding their way. Where a European would be at a loss, they never hesitate for a moment. An insignificant fragment of rock, a pebble, a tuft of grass, a different shade of color in the sand, suffice to guide them with accuracy. During the night they go by the polar star. They never travel more than 2 miles per hour, and always rest during the noonday heat. You may judge from that how long it takes them to cross Sahara, a desert more than 900 miles in breadth." But the Victoria had already disappeared from the astonished gaze of the Arabs, who must have envied her rapidity. That evening she passed 2 degrees 20 minutes east longitude, and during the night left another degree behind her. On Monday the weather changed completely. Rain began to fall with extreme violence, and not only had the balloon to resist the power of this deluge, but also the increase of weight which it caused by wetting the whole machine, car, and all. This continuous shower accounted for the swamps and marshes that formed the sole surface of the country. Vegetation reappeared, however, along with the mimosas, the baobabs, and the tamarind trees. Such was the Sunray country, with its villages topped with roofs turned over like Armenian caps. There were few mountains, and only such hills as were enough to form the ravines and pools where the pintados and snipes went sailing and diving through. Here and there, an impetuous torrent cut the roads, and had to be crossed by the natives on long vines stretched from tree to tree. The forests gave place to jungles, which alligators, hippopotami, and the rhinoceros made their haunts. "It will not be long before we see the Niger," said the doctor. "The face of the country always changes in the vicinity of large rivers. These moving highways, as they are sometimes correctly called, have first brought vegetation with them, as they will at last bring civilization. Thus, in its course of 2,500 miles, the Niger has scattered along its banks the most important cities of Africa." "By the way," put in Joe, "that reminds me of what was said by an admirer of the goodness of Providence, who praised the foresight with which it had generally caused rivers to flow close to large cities. At noon the Victoria was passing over a petty town, a mere assemblage of miserable huts, which once was Goa, a great capital. It was there," said the doctor, "that Barth crossed the Niger on his return from Timbuktu. This is the river so famous in antiquity, the rival of the Nile, to which pagan superstition ascribed a celestial origin. Like the Nile, it has engaged the attention of geographers in all ages, and like it also, its exploration has cost the lives of many victims. Yes, even more of them than perished on account of the other. The Niger flowed broadly between its banks, and its waters rolled southward with some violence of current. But our travelers, borne swiftly by as they were, could scarcely catch a glimpse of its curious outline. "I wanted to talk to you about this river," said Dr. Fergusson, "and it is already far from us. Under the names of Dioliba, Mayo, Egeria, Quora, and other titles besides, it traverses an immense extent of country, and almost competes in length with the Nile. These appellations signify simply the river, according to the dialects of the countries through which it passes." "Did Dr. Barth follow this route?" asked Kennedy. "No, Dick. In quitting Lake Chad, he passed through the different towns of Bornu and intersected the Niger at Say, for degrees below Goa. Then he penetrated to the bosom of those unexplored countries which the Niger embraces in its elbow, and, after 8 months of fresh fatigues, he arrived at Timbuktu, all of which we may do in about 3 days with as swift a wind as this." "Have the sources of the Niger been discovered?" asked Joe. "Long since," replied the doctor. "The exploration of the Niger and its tributaries was the object of several expeditions, the principal of which I shall mention. Between 1749 and 1758, Adamson made a reconnaissance of the river and visited Goria. From 1785 to 1788, Galberry and Jeffrey traveled across the deserts of Senegambia and ascended as far as the country of the Moors, who assassinated Sognir, Brisson, Adam, Riley, Cochelet, and so many other unfortunate men. Then came the illustrious Mungo Park, the friend of Sir Walter Scott, and, like him, a Scotchman by birth. Sent out in 1795 by the African Society of London, he got as far as Bambara, saw the Niger, traveled 500 miles with a slave merchant, reconnoitered the Gambia River, and returned to England in 1797. He again set out on the 30th of January 1805 with his brother-in-law Anderson, Scott, the designer, and a gang of workmen. He reached Goria, there added a detachment of 35 soldiers to his party, and saw the Niger again on the 19th of August. But by that time, in consequence of fatigue, privations, ill usage, the inclemencies of the weather, and the unhealthiness of the country, only 11 persons remained alive of the 40 Europeans in the party. On the 16th of November, the last letters from Mungo Park reached his wife, and a year later a trader from that country gave information that, having got as far as Bussa on the Niger on the 23rd of December, the unfortunate traveler's boat was upset by the cataracts in that part of the river, and he was murdered by the natives. And his dreadful fate did not check the efforts of others to explore that river? On the contrary, Dick. Since then, there were 2 objects in view, namely, to recover the lost man's papers, as well as to pursue the exploration. In 1816, an expedition was organized, in which Major Gray took part. It arrived in Senegal, penetrated to the Fontajalan, visited the Fulla and Mandingo populations, and returned to England without further results. In 1822, Major Lang explored all the western part of Africa near to the British possessions, and he it was who got so far as the sources of the Niger, and, according to his documents, the spring in which that immense river takes its rise is not 2 feet broad. "Easy to jump over," said Joe. "How's that? Easy you think, eh?" retorted the doctor. "If we are to believe tradition, whoever attempts to pass that spring, by leaping over it, is immediately swallowed up, and whoever tries to draw water from it, feels himself repulsed by an invisible hand." "I suppose a man has a right not to believe a word of that," persisted Joe. "Oh, by all means." 5 years later, it was Major Lang's destiny to force his way across the desert of Sahara, penetrate to Timbuktu, and perish a few miles above it by strangling at the hands of the waylaid Shyman, who wanted to compel him to turn Mussulman. "Still another victim," said the sportsman. It was then that a brave young man, with his own feeble resources, undertook and accomplished the most astonishing of modern journeys. I mean the Frenchman René Cayley, who, after sundry attempts in 1819 and 1824, set out again on the 19th of April, 1827, from Rio Nunez. On the 3d of August he arrived at Time, so thoroughly exhausted and ill that he could not resume his journey until 6 months later, in January 1828. He then joined a caravan, and, protected by his oriental dress, reached the Niger on the 10th of March, penetrated to the city of Jen, embarked on the river and descended it as far as Timbuktu, where he arrived on the 30th of April. In 1760, another Frenchman, Imbert by name, and in 1810 an Englishman, Robert Adams, had seen this curious place. But René Cayley was to be the first European who could bring back any authentic data concerning it. On the 4th of May he quitted this queen of the desert. On the 9th, he surveyed the very spot where Major Lang had been murdered. On the 19th, he arrived at El-Arouin, and left that commercial town to brave 1,000 dangers in crossing the vast solitudes comprised between the Sudan and the northern regions of Africa. At length he entered Tangiers, and on the 28th of September sailed for Toulon. In 19 months, notwithstanding 180 days' sickness, he had traversed Africa from west to north. Had Cayley been born in England, he would have been honored as the most intrepid traveler of modern times, as was the case with Mungo Park. But in France he was not appreciated according to his worth. "He was a sturdy fellow," said Kennedy. "But what became of him?" "He died at the age of 39, from the consequences of his long fatigues. They thought they had done enough in decreeing him the prize of the Geographical Society in 1828. The highest honors would have been paid to him in England." While he was accomplishing this remarkable journey, an Englishman had conceived a similar enterprise and was trying to push it through with equal courage, if not with equal good fortune. This was Captain Clapperton, the companion of Denham. In 1829 he re-entered Africa by the western coast of the Gulf of Benin. He then followed in the track of Mungo Park and of Lang, recovered at Bussa the documents relative to the death of the former, and arrived on the 20th of August at Sakatu, where he was seized and held as a prisoner, until he expired in the arms of his faithful attendant Richard Lander. "And what became of this Lander?" asked Joe, deeply interested. "He succeeded in regaining the coast and returned to London, bringing with him the captain's papers, and an exact narrative of his own journey. He then offered his services to the government to complete the reconnaissance of the Niger. He took with him his brother John, the second child of a poor couple in Cornwall, and together these men, between 1829 and 1831, redescend the river from Bussa to its mouth, describing it village by village, mile by mile." "So both the brothers escaped the common fate?" queried Kennedy. "Yes, on this expedition at least. But in 1833 Richard undertook a third trip to the Niger, and perished by a bullet near the mouth of the river. You see, then, my friends, that the country over which we are now passing has witnessed some noble instances of self-sacrifice which, unfortunately, have only too often had death for their reward." Chapter 39. During this dull Monday, Dr. Fergusson diverted his thoughts by giving his companions 1,000 details concerning the country they were crossing. The surface, which was quite flat, offered no impediment to their progress. The doctor's sole anxiety arose from the obstinate northeast wind which continued to blow furiously, and bore them away from the latitude of Timbuktu. The Niger, after running northward as far as that city, sweeps around, like an immense water jet from some fountain, and falls into the Atlantic in a broad sheaf. In the elbow thus formed the country is of varied character, sometimes luxuriantly fertile, and sometimes extremely bare. Fields of maize succeeded by wide spaces covered with broomcorn and uncultivated plains. All kinds of aquatic birds, pelicans, wild duck, kingfishers, and the rest, were seen in numerous flocks hovering about the borders of the pools and torrents. From time to time there appeared an encampment of Tuaregs, the men sheltered under their leather tents, while their women were busied with the domestic toil outside, milking their camels and smoking their huge bowled pipes. By 8 o'clock in the evening the Victoria had advanced more than 200 miles to the westward, and our aeronauts became the spectators of a magnificent scene. A mass of moonbeams forcing their way through an opening in the clouds, and gliding between the long lines of falling rain, descended in a golden shower on the ridges of the Hambori Mountains. Nothing could be more weird than the appearance of these seemingly basaltic summits. They stood out in fantastic profile against the somber sky, and the beholder might have fancied them to be the legendary ruins of some vast city of the Middle Ages, such as the icebergs of the polar seas sometimes mimic them in nights of gloom. "An admirable landscape for the mysteries of Udolpho," exclaimed the doctor. "And Radcliffe could not have depicted yon mountains in a more appalling aspect." "Faith," said Joe, "I wouldn't like to be strolling alone in the evening through this country of ghosts. Do you see now, master, if it wasn't so heavy, I'd like to carry that whole landscape home to Scotland. It would do for the borders of Loch Lomond, and tourists would rush there in crowds. Our balloon is hardly large enough to admit of that little experiment, but I think our direction is changing. Bravo! The elves and fairies of the place are quite obliging. See, they've sent us a nice little southeast breeze that will put us on the right track again." In fact, the Victoria was resuming a more northerly route, and on the morning of the 20th she was passing over an inextricable network of channels, torrents, and streams, in fine, the whole complicated tangle of the Niger's tributaries. Many of these channels, covered with a thick growth of herbage, resembled luxuriant meadowlands. There the doctor recognized the route followed by the explorer Barth when he launched upon the river to descend to Timbuktu. 800 fathoms broad at this point, the Niger flowed between banks richly grown with cruciferous plants and tamarind trees. Herds of agile gazelles were seen skipping about, their curling horns mingling with the tall herbage, within which the alligator, half concealed, lay silently in wait for them with watchful eyes. Long files of camels and asses laden with merchandise from Jen were winding in under the noble trees. Ere long, an amphitheater of low-built houses was discovered at a turn of the river, their roofs and terraces heaped up with hay and straw gathered from the neighboring districts. "There's Cabra!" exclaimed the doctor joyously. "There is the harbor of Timbuktu, and the city is not 5 miles from here. Then, sir, you are satisfied?" half-queried Joe. "Delighted, my boy." "Very good. Then everything's for the best." In fact, about 2 o'clock, the queen of the desert, mysterious Timbuktu, which once, like Athens and Rome, had her schools of learned men, and her professorships of philosophy, stretched away before the gaze of our travelers. Fergusson followed the most minute details upon the chart traced by Barth himself, and was enabled to recognize its perfect accuracy. The city forms an immense triangle marked out upon a vast plain of white sand, its acute angle directed toward the north and piercing a corner of the desert. In the environs there was almost nothing, hardly even a few grasses, with some dwarf mimosas and stunted bushes. As for the appearance of Timbuktu, the reader has but to imagine a collection of billiard balls and thimbles. Such is the bird's-eye view. The streets, which are quite narrow, are lined with houses only 1 story in height, built of bricks dried in the sun, and huts of straw and reeds, the former square, the latter conical. Upon the terraces were seen some of the male inhabitants, carelessly lounging at full length in flowing apparel of bright colors, and lance or musket in hand. But no women were visible at that hour of the day. "Yet they are said to be handsome," remarked the doctor. "You see the 3 towers of the 3 mosques that are the only ones left standing of a great number. The city has indeed fallen from its ancient splendor. At the top of the triangle rises the Mosque of Sankor, with its ranges of galleries resting on arcades of sufficiently pure design. Farther on, and near to the Sengungu quarter, is the Mosque of Sidi Yahya and some 2-story houses. But do not look for either palaces or monuments. The sheik is a mere son of traffic, and his royal palace is a counting-house." "It seems to me that I can see half-ruined ramparts," said Kennedy. "They were destroyed by the Fulanes in 1826. The city was 1/3 larger then, for Timbuktu, an object generally coveted by all the tribes, since the 11th century, has belonged in succession to the Tuaregs, the Sunrayans, the Morocco men, and the Fulanes, and this great center of civilization where a sage like Ahmed Baba owned, in the 16th century, a library of 1,600 manuscripts, is now nothing but a mere halfway house for the trade of Central Africa. The city, indeed, seemed abandoned to supreme neglect. It betrayed that indifference which seems epidemic to cities that are passing away. Huge heaps of rubbish encumbered the suburbs, and, with the hill on which the marketplace stood, formed the only inequalities of the ground. When the Victoria passed, there was some slight show of movement. Drums were beaten, but the last learned man still lingering in the place had hardly time to notice the new phenomenon, for our travelers, driven onward by the wind of the desert, resumed the winding course of the river, and ere long Timbuktu was nothing more than one of the fleeting reminiscences of their journey. "And now," said the doctor, "heaven may waft us whither it pleases, provided only that we go westward," added Kennedy. "Bah," said Joe. "I wouldn't be afraid if it was to go back to Zanzibar by the same road, or to cross the ocean to America. We would first have to be able to do that, Joe." "And what's wanting, doctor?" "Gas, my boy. The ascending force of the balloon is evidently growing weaker, and we shall need all our management to make it carry us to the seacoast. I shall even have to throw over some ballast. We are too heavy. That's what comes of doing nothing, doctor. When a man lies stretched out all day long in his hammock, he gets fat and heavy. It's a lazybones trip, this of ours, master, and when we get back everybody will find us big and stout." "Just like Joe," said Kennedy. "Just the ideas for him. But wait a bit. Can you tell what we may have to go through yet? We are still far from the end of our trip. Where do you expect to strike the African coast?" "Doctor, I should find it hard to answer you, Kennedy. We are at the mercy of very variable winds. But I should think myself fortunate were we to strike it between Sierra Leone and Portendick. There is a stretch of country in that quarter where we should meet with friends, and it would be a pleasure to press their hands. But are we going in the desirable direction?" "Not any too well, Dick. Not any too well. Look at the needle of the compass. We are bearing southward, and ascending the Niger toward its sources." "A fine chance to discover them," said Joe, "if they were not known already. Now, couldn't we just find others for it on a pinch?" "Not exactly, Joe. But don't be alarmed. I hardly expect to go so far as that." At nightfall the doctor threw out the last bags of sand. The Victoria rose higher, and the blowpipe, although working at full blast, could scarcely keep her up. At that time she was 60 miles to the southward of Timbuktu, and in the morning the aeronauts awoke over the banks of the Niger, not far from Lake Debo. Chapter 40. The flow of the river was, at that point, divided by large islands into narrow branches, with a very rapid current. Upon one among them stood some shepherds' huts, but it had become impossible to take an exact observation of them, because the speed of the balloon was constantly increasing. Unfortunately, it turned still more toward the south, and in a few moments crossed Lake Debo. Dr. Fergusson, forcing the dilation of his aerial craft to the utmost, sought for other currents of air at different heights, but in vain, and he soon gave up the attempt, which was only augmenting the waste of gas by pressing it against the well-worn tissue of the balloon. He made no remark, but he began to feel very anxious. This persistence of the wind to head him off toward the southern part of Africa was defeating his calculations, and he no longer knew upon whom or upon what to depend. Should he not reach the English or French territories, what was to become of him in the midst of the barbarous tribes that infest the coasts of Guinea? How should he there get to a ship to take him back to England? And the actual direction of the wind was driving him along to the kingdom of Dahomey, among the most savage races, and into the power of a ruler who was in the habit of sacrificing thousands of human victims at his public orgies. There he would be lost. On the other hand, the balloon was visibly wearing out, and the doctor felt it failing him. However, as the weather was clearing up a little, he hoped that the cessation of the rain would bring about a change in the atmospheric currents. It was therefore a disagreeable reminder of the actual situation when Joe said aloud, "There, the rain's going to pour down harder than ever. And this time it will be the deluge itself, if we're to judge by yon cloud that's coming up." "What? Another cloud?" asked Fergusson. "Yes, and a famous one," replied Kennedy. "I never saw the like of it," added Joe. "I breathe freely again," said the doctor, laying down his spyglass. "That's not a cloud." "Not a cloud?" queried Joe with surprise. "No, it is a swarm." "Eh? A swarm of grasshoppers?" "That? Grasshoppers. Myriads of grasshoppers that are going to sweep over this country like a waterspout. And woe to it, for, should these insects alight, it will be laid waste. That would be a sight worth beholding. Wait a little, Joe. In 10 minutes that cloud will have arrived where we are, and you can then judge by the aid of your own eyes." The doctor was right. The cloud, thick, opaque, and several miles in extent, came on with a deafening noise, casting its immense shadow over the fields. It was composed of numberless legions of that species of grasshopper called crickets. About 100 paces from the balloon, they settled down upon a tract full of foliage and verdure. 15 minutes later, the mass resumed its flight, and our travelers could, even at a distance, see the trees and the bushes entirely stripped, and the fields as bare as though they had been swept with the scythe. One would have thought that a sudden winter had just descended upon the earth and struck the region with the most complete sterility. "Well, Joe, what do you think of that?" "Well, doctor, it's very curious, but quite natural. What one grasshopper does on a small scale, thousands do on a grand scale." "It's a terrible shower," said the hunter. "More so than hail itself in the devastation it causes." "It is impossible to prevent it," replied Fergusson. "Sometimes the inhabitants have had the idea to burn the forests, and even the standing crops, in order to arrest the progress of these insects. But the first ranks plunging into the flames would extinguish them beneath their mass, and the rest of the swarm would then pass irresistibly onward. Fortunately, in these regions, there is some sort of compensation for their ravages, since the natives gather these insects in great numbers and greedily eat them." "They are the prawns of the air," said Joe, who added that he was sorry that he had never had the chance to taste them. Just for information's sake, the country became more marshy toward evening. The forests dwindled to isolated clumps of trees, and on the borders of the river could be seen plantations of tobacco and swampy meadowlands fat with forage. At last the city of Jen, on a large island, came in sight, with the 2 towers of its clay-built mosque, and the putrid odor of the millions of swallows' nests accumulated in its walls. The tops of some baobabs, mimosas, and date trees peeped up between the houses, and even at night the activity of the place seemed very great. Jen is, in fact, quite a commercial city. It supplies all the wants of Timbuktu. Its boats on the river, and its caravans along the shaded roads, bear thither the various products of its industry. "Were it not that to do so would prolong our journey," said the doctor, "I should like to alight at this place. There must be more than one Arab there who has traveled in England and France, and to whom our style of locomotion is not altogether new. But it would not be prudent. Let us put off the visit until our next trip," said Joe, laughing. "Besides, my friends, unless I am mistaken, the wind has a slight tendency to veer a little more to the eastward, and we must not lose such an opportunity." The doctor threw overboard some articles that were no longer of use, some empty bottles, and a case that had contained preserved meat, and thereby managed to keep the balloon in a belt of the atmosphere more favorable to his plans. At 4 o'clock in the morning the first rays of the sun lighted up Sago, the capital of Bambara, which could be recognized at once by the 4 towns that compose it, by its Saracenic mosques, and by the incessant going and coming of the flat-bottomed boats that convey its inhabitants from one quarter to the other. But the travelers were not more seen than they saw. They sped rapidly and directly to the northwest, and the doctor's anxiety gradually subsided. 2 more days in this direction, and at this rate of speed, and we'll reach the Senegal River. And we'll be in a friendly country? Asked the hunter. Not altogether. But, if the worst came to the worst, and the balloon were to fail us, we might make our way to the French settlements. But, let it hold out only for a few 100 miles, and we shall arrive without fatigue, alarm, or danger at the western coast. And the thing will be over, added Joe. Hi-ho, so much the worse. If it wasn't for the pleasure of telling about it, I would never want to set foot on the ground again. Do you think anybody will believe our story, Doctor? Who can tell, Joe? One thing, however, will be undeniable. 1,000 witnesses saw us start on one side of the African continent, and 1,000 more will see us arrive on the other. And in that case, it seems to me that it would be hard to say that we had not crossed it, added Kennedy. Ah, Doctor, said Joe again with a deep sigh. I'll think more than once of my lumps of solid gold, or there was something that would have given weight to our narrative. At a grain of gold per head, I could have got together a nice crowd to listen to me, and even to admire me. Chapter 41. On the 27th of May, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the country presented an entirely different aspect. The slopes, extending far away, changed to hills that gave evidence of mountains soon to follow. They would have to cross the chain which separates the basin of the Niger from the basin of the Senegal, and determines the course of the watershed, whether to the Gulf of Guinea on the one hand, or to the Bay of Cape Verde on the other. As far as Senegal, this part of Africa is marked down as dangerous. Dr. Fergusson knew it through the recitals of his predecessors. They had suffered 1,000 privations and been exposed to 1,000 dangers in the midst of these barbarous Negro tribes. It was this fatal climate that had devoured most of the companions of Mungo Park. Fergusson, therefore, was more than ever decided not to set foot in this inhospitable region. But he had not enjoyed one moment of repose. The Victoria was descending very perceptibly, so much so that he had to throw overboard a number more of useless articles, especially when there was a mountaintop to pass. Things went on thus for more than 120 miles. They were worn out with ascending and falling again. The balloon, like another rock of Sisyphus, kept continually sinking back toward the ground. The rotundity of the covering, which was now but little inflated, was collapsing already. It assumed an elongated shape, and the wind hollowed large cavities in the silken surface. Kennedy could not help observing this. "Is there a crack or a tear in the balloon?" he asked. "No, but the gutta percha has evidently softened or melted in the heat, and the hydrogen is escaping through the silk. How can we prevent that? It is impossible. Let us lighten her. That is the only help. So let us throw out everything we can spare." "But what shall it be?" said the hunter, looking at the car, which was already quite bare. "Well, let us get rid of the awning, for its weight is quite considerable." Joe, who was interested in this order, climbed up on the circle which kept together the cordage of the network, and from that place easily managed to detach the heavy curtains of the awning and throw them overboard. "There's something that will gladden the hearts of a whole tribe of blacks," said he. "There's enough to dress 1,000 of them, for they're not very extravagant with cloth." The balloon had risen a little, but it soon became evident that it was again approaching the ground. "Let us alight," suggested Kennedy, "and see what can be done with the covering of the balloon. I tell you again, Dick, that we have no means of repairing it. Then what shall we do? We'll have to sacrifice everything not absolutely indispensable. I am anxious, at all hazards, to avoid a detention in these regions. The forests over the tops of which we are skimming are anything but safe. What? Are there lions in them, or hyenas? Asked Joe, with an expression of sovereign contempt. Worse than that, my boy. There are men, and some of the most cruel, too, in all Africa. How is that known? By the statements of travelers who have been here before us. Then the French settlers who occupy the colony of Senegal necessarily have relations with the surrounding tribes. Under the administration of Colonel Faidherbe, reconnaissances have been pushed far up into the country. Officers such as Messrs. Pascal, Vincent, and Lambert have brought back precious documents from their expeditions. They have explored these countries formed by the elbow of the Senegal in places where war and pillage have left nothing but ruins. What, then, took place? I will tell you. In 1854, a Marabout of the Senegalese Fouta, Al-Haji by name, declaring himself to be inspired like Muhammad, stirred up all the tribes to war against the infidels, that is to say, against the Europeans. He carried destruction and desolation over the regions between the Senegal River and its tributary, the Fatim. 3 hordes of fanatics led on by him scoured the country, sparing neither a village nor a hut in their pillaging, massacring career. He advanced in person on the town of Sego, which was a long time threatened. In 1857 he worked up farther to the northward and invested the fortification of Medina, built by the French on the bank of the river. This stronghold was defended by Paul Hall, who, for several months, without provisions or ammunition, held out until Colonel Faidherbe came to his relief. Al-Haji and his bands then repassed the Senegal and reappeared in the Carta, continuing their rapine and murder. Well, here below us is the very country in which he has found refuge with his hordes of banditti, and I assure you that it would not be a good thing to fall into his hands. We shall not, said Joe. Even if we have to throw overboard our clothes to save the Victoria. We are not far from the river, said the doctor. But I foresee that our balloon will not be able to carry us beyond it. Let us reach its banks at all events, said the Scot, and that will be so much gained. That is what we are trying to do, rejoined Fergusson. Only that one thing makes me feel anxious. What is that? We shall have mountains to pass, and that will be difficult to do, since I cannot augment the ascensional force of the balloon, even with the greatest possible heat that I can produce. Well, wait a bit, said Kennedy, and we shall see. The poor Victoria, sighed Joe. I had got fond of her as the sailor does of his ship, and I'll not give her up so easily. She may not be what she was at the start, granted, but we shouldn't say a word against her. She has done us good service, and it would break my heart to desert her. Be at your ease, Joe. If we leave her, it will be in spite of ourselves. She'll serve us until she's completely worn out, and I ask of her only 24 hours more. Ah, she's getting used up. She grows thinner and thinner, said Joe dolefully, while he eyed her. Poor balloon. Unless I am deceived, said Kennedy. There on the horizon are the mountains of which you were speaking, Doctor. Yes, there they are indeed, exclaimed the doctor, after having examined them through his spyglass. And they look very high. We shall have some trouble in crossing them. Can we not avoid them? I am afraid not, Dick. See what an immense space they occupy. Nearly 1/2 of the horizon. They even seem to shut us in, added Joe. They are gaining on both our right and our left. We must then pass over them. These obstacles, which threaten such imminent peril, seem to approach with extreme rapidity, or, to speak more accurately, the wind, which was very fresh, was hurrying the balloon toward the sharp peaks. So rise it must, or be dashed to pieces. Let us empty our tank of water, said the doctor, and keep only enough for one day. There it goes, shouted Joe. Does the balloon rise at all? Asked Kennedy. A little, some 50 feet, replied the doctor, who kept his eyes fixed on the barometer. But that is not enough. In truth, the lofty peaks were starting up so swiftly before the travelers that they seemed to be rushing down upon them. The balloon was far from rising above them. She lacked an elevation of more than 500 feet more. The stock of water for the cylinder was also thrown overboard and only a few pints were retained, but still all this was not enough. "We must pass them, though," urged the doctor. "Let us throw out the tanks, we have emptied them," said Kennedy. "Over with them." "There they go," panted Joe. "But it's hard to see ourselves dropping off this way by piecemeal. Now, for your part, Joe, make no attempt to sacrifice yourself as you did the other day. Whatever happens, swear to me that you will not leave us. Have no fears, my master, we shall not be separated." The Victoria had ascended some 120 feet, but the crest of the mountain still towered above it. It was an almost perpendicular ridge that ended in a regular wall rising abruptly in a straight line. It still rose more than 200 feet over the aeronauts. "In 10 minutes," said the doctor to himself, "our car will be dashed against those rocks unless we succeed in passing them." "Well, doctor," queried Joe, "keep nothing but our pemmican, and throw out all the heavy meat." Thereupon the balloon was again lightened by some 50 pounds, and it rose very perceptibly, but that was of little consequence, unless it got above the line of the mountain tops. The situation was terrifying. The Victoria was rushing on with great rapidity. They could feel that she would be dashed to pieces, that the shock would be fearful. The doctor glanced around him in the car. It was nearly empty. "If needs be, Dick, hold yourself in readiness to throw over your firearms." "Sacrifice my firearms?" repeated the sportsman with intense feeling. "My friend, I ask it. It will be absolutely necessary. Samuel, doctor, your guns and your stock of powder and ball might cost us our lives." "We are close to it," cried Joe. 60 feet. The mountain still overtopped the balloon by 60 feet. Joe took the blankets and other coverings and tossed them out. Then, without a word to Kennedy, he threw over several bags of bullets and lead. The balloon went up still higher. It surmounted the dangerous ridge, and the rays of the sun shone upon its uppermost extremity. But the car was still below the level of certain broken masses of rock, against which it would inevitably be dashed. "Kennedy! Kennedy! Throw out your firearms or we are lost!" shouted the doctor. "Wait, sir! Wait one moment!" they heard Joe exclaim, and, looking around, they saw Joe disappear over the edge of the balloon. "Joe! Joe!" cried Kennedy. "Wretched man!" was the doctor's agonized expression. The flat top of the mountain may have had about 20 feet in breadth at this point, and, on the other side, the slope presented a less declivity. The car just touched the level of this plain, which happened to be quite even, and it glided over a soil composed of sharp pebbles that grated as it passed. "We're over it! We're over it! We're clear!" cried out an exulting voice that made Fergusson's heart leap to his throat. The daring fellow was there, grasping the lower rim of the car and running afoot over the top of the mountain, thus lightening the balloon of his whole weight. He had to hold on with all his strength, too, for it was likely to escape his grasp at any moment. When he had reached the opposite declivity, and the abyss was before him, Joe, by a vigorous effort, hoisted himself from the ground, and, clambering up by the cordage, rejoined his friends. "That was all," he coolly ejaculated. "My brave Joe, my friend," said the doctor with deep emotion. "Oh, what I did," laughed the other, "was not for you. It was to save Mr. Kennedy's rifle. I owed him that good turn for the affair with the Arab. I like to pay my debts, and now we are even," added he, handing to the sportsman his favorite weapon. "I'd feel very badly to see you deprived of it." Kennedy heartily shook the brave fellow's hand, without being able to utter a word. The Victoria had nothing to do now but to descend. That was easy enough, so that she was soon at a height of only 200 feet from the ground, and was then in equilibrium. The surface seemed very much broken, as though by a convulsion of nature. It presented numerous inequalities, which would have been very difficult to avoid during the night with a balloon that could no longer be controlled. Evening was coming on rapidly, and, notwithstanding his repugnance, the doctor had to make up his mind to halt until morning. "We'll now look for a favorable stopping place," said he. "Ah," replied Kennedy. "You have made up your mind then at last?" "Yes, I have for a long time been thinking over a plan which we'll try to put into execution. It is only 6 o'clock in the evening, and we shall have time enough. Throw out your anchors, Joe." Joe immediately obeyed, and the 2 anchors dangled below the balloon. "I see large forests ahead of us," said the doctor. "We are going to sweep along their tops, and we shall grapple to some tree, for nothing would make me think of passing the night below on the ground." "But can we not descend?" asked Kennedy. "To what purpose? I repeat that it would be dangerous for us to separate, and, besides, I claim your help for a difficult piece of work." The Victoria, which was skimming along the tops of immense forests, soon came to a sharp halt. Her anchors had caught, and, the wind falling as dusk came on, she remained motionlessly suspended above a vast field of verdure, formed by the tops of a forest of sycamores. Chapter 42. Dr. Fergusson's first care was to take his bearings by stellar observation, and he discovered that he was scarcely 25 miles from Senegal. "All that we can manage to do, my friends," said he, after having pointed his map, "is to cross the river, but as there is neither bridge nor boat, we must, at all hazards, cross it with the balloon, and in order to do that we must still lighten up." "But I don't exactly see how we can do that," replied Kennedy, anxious about his firearms, "unless one of us makes up his mind to sacrifice himself for the rest. That is, to stay behind, and, in my turn, I claim that honor." "You, indeed," remonstrated Joe. "Ain't I used to? The question now is not to throw ourselves out of the car, but simply to reach the coast of Africa on foot. I am a first-rate walker, a good sportsman, and—" "I'll never consent to it," insisted Joe. "Your generous rivalry is useless, my brave friends," said Fergusson. "I trust that we shall not come to any such extremity. Besides, if we did, instead of separating, we should keep together, so as to make our way across the country in company." "That's the talk," said Joe. "A little tramp won't do us any harm." "But before we try that," resumed the doctor, "we must employ a last means of lightening the balloon." "What will that be?" "I should like to see it," said Kennedy incredulously. "We must get rid of the cylinder chests, the spiral, and the Bunsen battery. 900 pounds make a rather heavy load to carry through the air." "But then, Samuel, how will you dilate your gas?" "I shall not do so at all. We'll have to get along without it." "But—" "Listen, my friends. I have calculated very exactly the amount of ascensional force left to us, and it is sufficient to carry us every one with the few objects that remain. We shall make in all a weight of hardly 500 pounds, including the 2 anchors which I desire to keep. Dear doctor, you know more about the matter than we do. You are the sole judge of the situation. Tell us what we ought to do, and we will do it." "I am at your orders, master," added Joe. "I repeat, my friends, that however serious the decision may appear, we must sacrifice our apparatus." "Let it go, then," said Kennedy promptly. "To work," said Joe. It was no easy job. The apparatus had to be taken down piece by piece. First, they took out the mixing reservoir, then the one belonging to the cylinder, and lastly the tank in which the decomposition of the water was effected. The united strength of all 3 travelers was required to detach these reservoirs from the bottom of the car in which they had been so firmly secured. But Kennedy was so strong, Joe so adroit, and the doctor so ingenious that they finally succeeded. The different pieces were thrown out, one after the other, and they disappeared below, making huge gaps in the foliage of the sycamores. "The black fellows will be mightily astonished," said Joe, "at finding things like those in the woods. They'll make idols of them." The next thing to be looked after was the displacement of the pipes that were fastened in the balloon and connected with the spiral. Joe succeeded in cutting the caoutchouc jointings above the car, but when he came to the pipes he found it more difficult to disengage them, because they were held by their upper extremity and fastened by wires to the very circlet of the valve. Then it was that Joe showed wonderful adroitness. In his naked feet, so as not to scratch the covering, he succeeded by the aid of the network, and in spite of the oscillations of the balloon, in climbing to the upper extremity, and after 1,000 difficulties in holding on with one hand to that slippery surface, while he detached the outside screws that secured the pipes in their place. These were then easily taken out and drawn away by the lower end, which was hermetically sealed by means of a strong ligature. The Victoria, relieved of this considerable weight, rose upright in the air and tugged strongly at the anchor rope. About midnight this work ended without accident, but at the cost of most severe exertion, and the trio partook of a luncheon of pemmican and cold punch, as the doctor had no more fire to place at Joe's disposal. Besides, the latter and Kennedy were dropping off their feet with fatigue. "Lie down, my friends, and get some rest," said the doctor. "I'll take the first watch. At 2 o'clock I'll waken Kennedy. At 4, Kennedy will waken Joe, and at 6 we'll start. And may heaven have us in its keeping for this last day of the trip." Without waiting to be coaxed, the doctor's two companions stretched themselves at the bottom of the car and dropped into profound slumber on the instant. The night was calm. A few clouds broke against the last quarter of the moon, whose uncertain rays scarcely pierced the darkness. Fergusson, resting his elbows on the rim of the car, gazed attentively around him. He watched with close attention the dark screen of foliage that spread beneath him, hiding the ground from his view. The least noise aroused his suspicions, and he questioned even the slightest rustling of the leaves. He was in that mood which solitude makes more keenly felt, and during which vague terrors mount to the brain. At the close of such a journey, after having surmounted so many obstacles, and at the moment of touching the goal, one's fears are more vivid, one's emotions keener. The point of arrival seems to fly farther from our gaze. Moreover, the present situation had nothing very consolatory about it. They were in the midst of a barbarous country, and dependent upon a vehicle that might fail them at any moment. The doctor no longer counted implicitly on his balloon. The time had gone by when he manoeuvred it boldly because he felt sure of it. Under the influence of these impressions, the doctor, from time to time, thought that he heard vague sounds in the vast forests around him. He even fancied that he saw a swift gleam of fire shining between the trees. He looked sharply and turned his night-glass toward the spot, but there was nothing to be seen, and the profoundest silence appeared to return. He had, no doubt, been under the dominion of a mere hallucination. He continued to listen, but without hearing the slightest noise. When his watch had expired, he woke Kennedy, and, enjoining upon him to observe the extremest vigilance, took his place beside Joe and fell sound asleep. Kennedy, while still rubbing his eyes, which he could scarcely keep open, calmly lit his pipe. He then ensconced himself in a corner, and began to smoke vigorously by way of keeping awake. The most absolute silence reigned around him. A light wind shook the treetops and gently rocked the car, inviting the hunter to taste the sleep that stole over him in spite of himself. He strove hard to resist it, and repeatedly opened his eyes to plunge into the outer darkness one of those looks that see nothing. But at last, yielding to fatigue, he sank back and slumbered. How long he had been buried in this stupor he knew not, but he was suddenly aroused from it by a strange, unexpected crackling sound. He rubbed his eyes and sprang to his feet. An intense glare half blinded him and heated his cheek. The forest was in flames. "Fire! Fire!" he shouted, scarcely comprehending what had happened. His two companions started up in alarm. "What's the matter?" was the doctor's immediate exclamation. "Fire," said Joe. But who could? At this moment loud yells were heard under the foliage, which was now illuminated as brightly as the day. "Ah, the savages!" cried Joe again. "They have set fire to the forest so as to be the more certain of burning us up. The Talabas, Al-Haji's marabouts, no doubt," said the doctor. A circle of fire hemmed the Victoria in. The crackling of the dry wood mingled with the hissing and sputtering of the green branches. The clambering vines, the foliage, all the living part of this vegetation, writhed in the destructive element. The eye took in nothing but one vast ocean of flame. The large trees stood forth in black relief in this huge furnace, their branches covered with glowing coals, while the whole blazing mass, the entire conflagration, was reflected on the clouds, and the travelers could fancy themselves enveloped in a hollow globe of fire. "Let us escape to the ground," shouted Kennedy. "It is our only chance of safety." But Fergusson checked him with a firm grasp, and, dashing at the anchor rope, severed it with one well-directed blow of his hatchet. Meanwhile, the flames, leaping up at the balloon, already quivered on its illuminated sides. But the Victoria, released from her fastenings, spun upward 1,000 feet into the air. Frightful yells resounded through the forest, along with the report of firearms, while the balloon, caught in a current of air that rose with the dawn of day, was borne to the westward. It was now 4 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 43. Had we not taken the precaution to lighten the balloon yesterday evening, we should have been lost beyond redemption, said the doctor after a long silence. "See what's gained by doing things at the right time," replied Joe. "One gets out of scrapes then, and nothing is more natural." "We are not out of danger yet," said the doctor. "What do you still apprehend?" queried Kennedy. "The balloon can't descend without your permission, and even were it to do so, Dick? Look!" They had just passed the borders of the forest, and the three friends could see some 30 mounted men clad in broad pantaloons and the floating bournaces. They were armed, some with lances and others with long muskets, and they were following, on their quick, fiery little steeds, the direction of the balloon, which was moving at only moderate speed. When they caught sight of the aeronauts, they uttered savage cries and brandished their weapons. Anger and menace could be read upon their swarthy faces, made more ferocious by thin but bristling beards. Meanwhile they galloped along without difficulty over the low levels and gentle declivities that lead down to the Senegal. "It is indeed they," said the doctor. "The cruel Talabas, the ferocious marabouts of Al-Haji. I would rather find myself in the middle of the forest encircled by wild beasts than fall into the hands of these banditti." "They haven't a very obliging look," assented Kennedy. "And they are rough, stalwart fellows." "Happily those brutes can't fly," remarked Joe. "And that's something." "See," said Fergusson. "Those villages in ruins, those huts burned down, that is their work. Where vast stretches of cultivated land were once seen, they have brought barrenness and devastation." "At all events, however," interposed Kennedy, "they can't overtake us, and if we succeed in putting the river between us and them, we are safe." "Perfectly, Dick," replied Fergusson. "But we must not fall to the ground." And as he said this, he glanced at the barometer. "In any case, Joe," added Kennedy, "it would do us no harm to look to our firearms." "No harm in the world, Mr. Dick. We are lucky that we didn't scatter them along the road." "My rifle," said the sportsman. I hope that I shall never be separated from it." And so saying, Kennedy loaded the pet piece with the greatest care, for he had plenty of powder and ball remaining. "At what height are we?" he asked the doctor. "About 750 feet, but we no longer have the power of seeking favorable currents, either going up or coming down. We are at the mercy of the balloon." "That is vexatious," rejoined Kennedy. "The wind is poor, but if we had come across a hurricane like some of those we met before, these vile brigands would have been out of sight long ago." "The rascals follow us at their leisure," said Joe. "They're only at a short gallop. Quite a nice little ride." "If we were within range," sighed the sportsman, "I should amuse myself with dismounting a few of them." "Exactly," said the doctor. "But then they would have you within range also, and our balloon would offer only too plain a target to the bullets from their long guns. And if they were to make a hole in it, I leave you to judge what our situation would be." The pursuit of the Talabas continued all morning, and by 11 o'clock the aeronauts had made scarcely 15 miles to the westward. The doctor was anxiously watching for the least cloud on the horizon. He feared, above all things, a change in the atmosphere. Should he be thrown back toward the Niger, what would become of him? Besides, he remarked that the balloon tended to fall considerably. Since the start, he had already lost more than 300 feet, and the Senegal must be about a dozen miles distant. At his present rate of speed, he could count upon traveling only 3 hours longer. At this moment his attention was attracted by fresh cries. The Talabas appeared to be much excited, and were spurring their horses. The doctor consulted his barometer, and at once discovered the cause of these symptoms. "Are we descending?" asked Kennedy. "Yes," replied the doctor. "The mischief," thought Joe. In the lapse of 15 minutes the Victoria was only 150 feet above the ground, but the wind was much stronger than before. The Talabas checked their horses, and soon a volley of musketry pealed out on the air. "Too far, you fools!" bawled Joe. "I think it would be well to keep those scamps at a distance." And, as he spoke, he aimed at one of the horsemen who was farthest to the front, and fired. The Talaba fell headlong, and, his companions halting for a moment, the balloon gained upon them. "They are prudent," said Kennedy. "Because they think that they are certain to take us," replied the doctor. "And they will succeed if we descend much farther. We must absolutely get higher into the air." "What can we throw out?" asked Joe. "All that remains of our stock of pemmican. That will be 30 pounds less weight to carry." "Out it goes, sir," said Joe, obeying orders. The car, which was now almost touching the ground, rose again, amid the cries of the Talabas. But half an hour later, the balloon was again falling rapidly, because the gas was escaping through the pores of the covering. Ere long the car was once more grazing the soil, and Al-Hadji's black riders rushed toward it. But, as frequently happens in like cases, the balloon had scarcely touched the surface ere it rebounded, and only came down again a mile away. "So we shall not escape," said Kennedy, between his teeth. "Throw out our reserved store of brandy, Joe," cried the doctor. "Our instruments, and everything that has any weight, even to our last anchor, because go they must." Joe flung out the barometers and thermometers, but all that amounted to little, and the balloon, which had risen for an instant, fell again toward the ground. The Talabas flew toward it, and at length were not more than 200 paces away. "Throw out the 2 fowling pieces," shouted Fergusson. "Not without discharging them, at least," responded the sportsman, and 4 shots in quick succession struck the thick of the advancing group of horsemen. For Talabas fell, amid the frantic howls and imprecations of their comrades. The Victoria ascended once more, and made some enormous leaps, like a huge gum-elastic ball, bounding and rebounding through the air. A strange sight it was to see these unfortunate men endeavoring to escape by those huge aerial strides, and seeming, like the giant Antaeus, to receive fresh strength every time they touched the earth. But this situation had to terminate. It was now nearly noon. The Victoria was getting empty and exhausted, and assuming a more and more elongated form every instant. Its outer covering was becoming flaccid, and floated loosely in the air, and the folds of the silk rustled and grated on each other. "Heaven abandons us," said Kennedy. "We have to fall." Joe made no answer. He kept looking intently at his master. "No," said the latter. "We have more than 150 pounds yet to throw out." "What can it be, then?" said Kennedy, thinking that the doctor must be going mad. "The car," was his reply. "We can cling to the network. There we can hang on in the meshes until we reach the river. Quick, quick!" And these daring men did not hesitate a moment to avail themselves of this last desperate means of escape. They clutched the network as the doctor directed, and Joe, holding on by one hand, with the other cut the cords that suspended the car, and the latter dropped to the ground just as the balloon was sinking for the last time. "Hurrah! Hurrah!" shouted the brave fellow exultingly, as the Victoria, once more relieved, shot up again to a height of 300 feet. The Talabas spurred their horses, which now came tearing on at a furious gallop. But the balloon, falling in with a much more favorable wind, shot ahead of them, and was rapidly carried toward a hill that stretched across the horizon to the westward. This was a circumstance favorable to the aeronauts, because they could rise over the hill, while Alhaji's horde had to diverge to the northward in order to pass this obstacle. The three friends still clung to the network. They had been able to fasten it under their feet, where it had formed a sort of swinging pocket. Suddenly, after they had crossed the hill, the doctor exclaimed, "The river! The river! The Senegal, my friends!" And about 2 miles ahead of them, there was indeed the river rolling along its broad mass of water, while the farther bank, which was low and fertile, offered a sure refuge, and a place favorable for a descent. "Another quarter of an hour," said Fergusson, "and we are saved." But it was not to happen thus. The empty balloon descended slowly upon a tract almost entirely bare of vegetation. It was made up of long slopes and stony plains, a few bushes and some coarse grass, scorched by the sun. The Victoria touched the ground several times, and rose again, but her rebound was diminishing in height and length. At the last one, it caught by the upper part of the network in the lofty branches of a baobab, the only tree that stood there solitary and alone, in the midst of the waste. "It's all over," said Kennedy. "And at 100 paces only from the river," groaned Joe. The three hapless aeronauts descended to the ground, and the doctor drew his companions toward the Senegal. At this point the river sent forth a prolonged roaring, and when Fergusson reached its bank, he recognized the Falls of Guina. But not a boat, not a living creature was to be seen. With a breadth of 2,000 feet, the Senegal precipitates itself for a height of 150, with a thundering reverberation. It ran, where they saw it, from east to west, and the line of rocks that barred its course extended from north to south. In the midst of the falls, rocks of strange forms started up like huge antediluvian animals, petrified there amid the waters. The impossibility of crossing this gulf was self-evident, and Kennedy could not restrain a gesture of despair. But Dr. Fergusson, with an energetic accent of undaunted daring, exclaimed, "All is not over." "I knew it," said Joe, with that confidence in his master which nothing could ever shake. The sight of the dried-up grass had inspired the doctor with a bold idea. It was the last chance of escape. He led his friends quickly back to where they had left the covering of the balloon. "We have at least an hour's start of those banditti," said he. "Let us lose no time, my friends. Gather a quantity of this dried grass. I want 100 pounds of it at least." "For what purpose?" asked Kennedy, surprised. I have no more gas. Well, I'll cross the river with hot air. Ah, doctor, exclaimed Kennedy. You are indeed a great man. Joe and Kennedy at once went to work, and soon had an immense pile of dried grass heaped up near the baobab. In the meantime, the doctor had enlarged the orifice of the balloon by cutting it open at the lower end. He then was very careful to expel the last remnant of hydrogen through the valve, after which he heaped up a quantity of grass under the balloon and set fire to it. It takes but a little while to inflate a balloon with hot air. A head of 180 degrees is sufficient to diminish the weight of the air it contains to the extent of 1/2 by rarefying it. Thus, the Victoria quickly began to assume a more rounded form. There was no lack of grass. The fire was kept in full blast by the doctor's assiduous efforts, and the balloon grew fuller every instant. It was then 3:15 o'clock. At this moment the band of Talabas reappeared about 2 miles to the northward, and the three friends could hear their cries and the clatter of their horses galloping at full speed. In 20 minutes they will be here, said Kennedy. More grass, Joe. In 10 minutes we shall have her full of hot air. Here it is, doctor. The Victoria was now 2/3 inflated. Come, my friends. Let us take hold of the network, as we did before. All right, they answered together. In about 10 minutes a few jerking motions by the balloon indicated that it was disposed to start again. The Talabas were approaching. They were hardly 500 paces away. Hold on fast, cried Fergusson. Have no fear, master. Have no fear. And the doctor, with his foot, pushed another heap of grass upon the fire. With this the balloon, now completely inflated by the increased temperature, moved away, sweeping the branches of the baobab in her flight. We're off, shouted Joe. A volley of musketry responded to his exclamation. A bullet even plowed his shoulder. But Kennedy, leaning over and discharging his rifle with one hand, brought another of the enemy to the ground. Cries of fury exceeding all description hailed the departure of the balloon, which had at once ascended nearly 800 feet. A swift current caught and swept it along with the most alarming oscillations, while the intrepid doctor and his friends saw the gulf of the cataracts yawning below them. 10 minutes later, and without having exchanged a word, they descended gradually toward the other bank of the river. There, astonished, speechless, terrified, stood a group of men clad in the French uniform. Judge of their amazement when they saw the balloon rise from the right bank of the river. They had well nigh taken it for some celestial phenomenon, but their officers, a lieutenant of Marines and a naval ensign, having seen mention made of Dr. Fergusson's daring expedition in the European papers, quickly explained the real state of the case. The balloon, losing its inflation little by little, settled with the daring travelers still clinging to its network, but it was doubtful whether it would reach the land. At once some of the brave Frenchmen rushed into the water and caught the three aeronauts in their arms just as the Victoria fell at the distance of a few fathoms from the left bank of the Senegal. "Dr. Fergusson!" exclaimed the lieutenant. "The same, sir," replied the doctor quietly. "And his two friends." The Frenchmen escorted our travelers from the river, while the balloon, half empty, and borne away by a swift current, sped on to plunge, like a huge bubble, headlong with the waters of the Senegal, into the cataracts of Guiana. "The poor Victoria," was Joe's farewell remark. The doctor could not restrain a tear, and extending his hands his two friends wrung them silently with that deep emotion which requires no spoken words. Chapter 44. The expedition upon the bank of the river had been sent by the governor of Senegal. It consisted of 2 officers, Messrs. Dufraisse, lieutenant of Marines, and Rodemel, naval ensign, and with these were a sergeant and 7 soldiers. For 2 days they had been engaged in reconnoitering the most favorable situation for a post at Guiana, when they became witnesses of Dr. Fergusson's arrival. The warm greetings and felicitations of which our travelers were the recipients may be imagined. The Frenchmen, and they alone, having had ocular proof of the accomplishment of the daring project, naturally became Dr. Fergusson's witnesses. Hence the doctor at once asked them to give their official testimony of his arrival at the cataracts of Guiana. "You would have no objection to signing a certificate of the fact, would you?" he inquired of Lieutenant Dufraisse. "At your orders," the latter instantly replied. The Englishmen were escorted to a provisional post established on the bank of the river, where they found the most assiduous attention, and everything to supply their wants. And there the following certificate was drawn up in the terms in which it appears today, in the archives of the Royal Geographical Society of London. "We, the undersigned, do hereby declare that, on the day herein mentioned, we witnessed the arrival of Dr. Fergusson and his two companions, Richard Kennedy and Joseph Wilson, clinging to the cordage and network of a balloon, and that the said balloon fell at a distance of a few paces from us into the river, and being swept away by the current was lost in the cataracts of Guiana. In testimony whereof, we have herunto set our hands and seals beside those of the persons hereinabove named, for the information of all whom it may concern. Done at the cataracts of Guiana, on the 24th of May, 1862. Signed, Samuel Fergusson, Richard Kennedy, Joseph Wilson, Dufraisse, Lieutenant of Marines, Rodemel, Naval Ensign, Dufayes, Sergeant, Flippo, Mayor, Policier, Loroys, Rascagnet, Gillen, Labelle Privates. Here ended the astonishing journey of Dr. Fergusson and his brave companions, as vouched for by undeniable testimony, and they found themselves among friends in the midst of most hospitable tribes, whose relations with the French settlements are frequent and amicable. They had arrived at Senegal on Saturday, the 24th of May, and on the 27th of the same month they reached the post of Medina, situated a little farther to the north, but on the river. There the French officers received them with open arms, and lavished upon them all the resources of their hospitality. Thus aided, the doctor and his friends were enabled to embark almost immediately on the small steamer called the Basilic, which ran down to the mouth of the river. 2 weeks later, on the 10th of June, they arrived at St. Louis, where the governor gave them a magnificent reception, and they recovered completely from their excitement and fatigue. Besides, Joe said to everyone who chose to listen, "That was a stupid trip of ours, after all, and I wouldn't advise anybody who is greedy for excitement to undertake it. It gets very tiresome at the last, and if it hadn't been for the adventures on Lake Chad and at the Senegal River, I do believe that we'd have died of yawning." An English frigate was just about to sail, and the 3 travelers procured passage on board of her. On the 25th of June they arrived at Portsmouth, and on the next day at London. We will not describe the reception they got from the Royal Geographical Society, nor the intense curiosity and consideration of which they became the objects. Kennedy set off at once for Edinburgh with his famous rifle, for he was in haste to relieve the anxiety of his faithful old housekeeper. The doctor and his devoted Joe remained the same men that we have known them, excepting that one change took place at their own suggestion. They ceased to be master and servant, in order to become bosom friends. The journals of all Europe were untiring in their praises of the bold explorers, and the Daily Telegraph struck off an edition of 377,000 copies on the day when it published a sketch of the trip. Dr. Fergusson, at a public meeting of the Royal Geographical Society, gave a recital of his journey through the air, and obtained for himself and his companions the golden medal set apart to reward the most remarkable exploring expedition of the year 1862. The first result of Dr. Fergusson's expedition was to establish, in the most precise manner, the facts and geographical surveys reported by Messrs. Barth, Burton, Speke, and others. Thanks to the still more recent expeditions of Messrs. Speke and Grant, de Heuglin and Munsinger, who have been ascending to the sources of the Nile, and penetrating to the center of Africa, we shall be enabled ere long to verify, in turn, the discoveries of Dr. Fergusson in that vast region comprised between the 14th and 33rd degrees of east longitude. Dear listener, we close the pages on another tale, a journey through words, imagination, and emotion. Here at the Falls Audiobook, where stories flow like a river's current, carrying you to distant worlds and uncharted depths, we thank you for joining us. As always, we invite you to linger a little longer. Subscribe to our channel to discover more stories waiting to be heard, each a cascade of voices, ideas, and artistry. And remember, every great story begins with a single word. Perhaps the next one will begin with you. Until our voices meet again, may your days be filled with quiet moments, rich pages, and the soothing sound of a story well told. This is the Falls Audiobook, signing off.